Well, good evening. It's unexciting this time around, but I'd like to open our regular council meeting for December 1st, Wednesday, December 1st. I'd like to ask you to turn off your cell phones and pagers. Also, we will have Zoom involvement as well, but if you brought your device and you want to get in on Zoom here, you will crash our system, so please do not use any devices here. We really appreciate that. And at this point, I would like to, where is Mr. Alleback? Are you there? Thank you. Mr. Alleback, I know you're part of our family, so I would actually ask if you would start with the Pledge of Allegiance for us, if you wouldn't mind.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Fred. Thank you very much. So at this point, let's see. I need a roll call. Could I have a roll call, please? And Tanya.
Councilmember Barnett.
Here.
Councilmember Felder.
Here.
Councilmember Lowe.
Here.
Vice Mayor Dean.
Here.
Mayor Agrimonti.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm missing some. I'm missing some. You know what? I have 3 sets of stuff that people have sent me. Let me look. I've done a roll call public comment. We did not have a closed session, so there's nothing to report out. At this point, I'd like to ask for approval of the agenda.
I move approval of the agenda, but I have a question. Is it possible to move so that they're contiguous, the discussion regarding the Sonoma Developmental Center following the presentation?
Right, exactly. We were going to plan to do that
Oh,
anyway.
well,
Thank
see?
you.
Great minds think
Well,
alike.
you're our pro here, so I think that was a great suggestion, but it was suggested. So David, could I ask that, what's that process?
It would just be a motion to to approve the agenda with the amendment that 6.1 be moved to
follow the presentation.
Following 3.1.
Okay,
So moved.
and do I have a second?
I second.
And may I have roll call on that? Thank you, Sandra.
Councilmember Barnett.
Aye.
Councilmember Felder.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowe.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dean.
Aye.
Mayor Agrimonti.
Aye. Thank
Motion
you.
carries unanimously.
Thank you. So, at this point, at this time, members of the public may comment. Members on the public may comment on any item not appearing on the agenda. It is recommended that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less under state law unless otherwise permitted under the Ralph M. Brown Act. The merits of the matters presented under this item cannot be discussed or acted upon by the City Council at this time. For items appearing on the agenda, the public will be invited to make comments at the time the item comes up for the Council's consideration. Upon being acknowledged by the mayor, please step to the podium and speak into the microphone. Begin by stating and spelling your name. Members of the public present in the chambers will be called first, and then those who are attending via Zoom will be called second. So at this point, I'm going to open up for public comments.
Hello, Robert Taylor, ROBERTTAYLOR. I am with KSPY Radio and Sonoma TV often, and we have most recently turned on our new transmitter here in Sonoma Valley and in the southern Sonoma County, and where our population reach in the Sonoma Valley was 40,000, And we are now up to 200,000 almost in the southern Sonoma County reach and Napa, parts of Vallejo apparently. And our fire response and our emergency response with that is much, much greater. And it's on a generator system. So I just want to let everybody know that we are stepping up to that greater demand for emergency services. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Would any,
Hi, my name's Eris Weaver. I'm the Executive Director of the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. I've spent pretty much all afternoon here in town today, had a coffee meeting with a colleague, walked around downtown, I did some shopping, went for a bike ride, and one of the things that I was pleasantly surprised was how many people I saw out on bicycles around town. All ages, family groups, some people from their rental bikes I assume were tourists. But one of the things that made me anxious, I sat for about an hour at the corner of Napa and First Street West, was watching children attempt to cross Napa Street, where there's not a beacon, there's not even a crosswalk, and these big old trucks have a hard time seeing them. And that was something I would love to see fixed. The other thing that I noticed for all this bike activity is you have got zilch bike parking downtown. There is a little bit of parking in the park, although some of it is on my list now of the worst bike parking devices I've ever seen. 3 of them I would not have known were supposed to be bike parking until my friend pointed them out to me as such, and I couldn't even figure out how you could lock a bike to 2 of them. I saw people bringing their bikes into the little parklet restaurants, including one where I sat and ate, setting them on the sidewalk in front of businesses that they're trying to go in. And I saw businesses with signs in front of them saying no bike parking. So there's clearly a need with how many people are biking, but they can't enjoy the businesses and restaurants if there's not a secure place for them to put their bike. So I don't want to just complain about that. I actually saw many spaces around downtown that I think have some opportunity for some really good solutions. So when I get back to the office, I am going to draw a map and list that out and provide that to you and to staff in some solutions that I think would be low cost that would solve this problem and make it much easier for everybody. Thank you.
thank you very much.
Good evening, Matt Metzler, 1110 Friar Creek Drive. Good evening, City Council. Congratulations, Sandra, on getting elected to the City Council. I rode my bicycle to this meeting tonight, and when possible, I choose to get around town on my bike instead of driving. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the City Council, the Public Works Department, and Fergie for the paving projects that have been done around town in recent months and those that are ongoing that have made our bike lanes smoother and easier to ride on. In order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from driving, a lot has been said about making Sonoma easier to get around by bicycle, and I appreciate the city's efforts to build and improve our bike lanes and bike paths. Yet, when bicycling around town, I still feel like my choice to ride my bike rather than drive my car is given lower priority in the way our streets are designed. I'm here tonight in an effort to provide a little education in how our city can make it easier to get around by bicycle. Because of traffic lights and turn lanes, it is easier to cross many of our busy intersections by car than it is by bike or walking, as Eris just said. Another example of how cars are given priority, I can't see with this mask, anyway. Fogging my glasses. Because, another example of how cars are given priority in the way our street traffic patterns are designed is between 5th Street West and Sonoma Highway, where the Sonoma bike path crosses 3 residential streets with very light traffic: Joaquin Drive, Junipero Serra Drive, and Robinson Road. There are usually lots of bicyclists and pedestrians using the bike path, but I usually encounter no car traffic crossing these 3 streets. Yet the bike path has stop signs, and the cars on the streets do not have to stop. Why is this when there is usually more bike traffic and pedestrian traffic than there are cars crossing the bike path? To make Sonoma truly a bike-friendly city, I think that these 3 streets should have stop signs where they cross the bike path. This would make these street crossings safer for cycling and walking and help achieve the city's Vision Zero goals of eliminating traffic fatalities. In allocating future infrastructure spending and road improvement budgets, I would like the city to consider the greenhouse gas reduction goal of improving bicycling by adding stop signs where the bike path crosses Joaquin Drive, Junipero Serra Drive, and Robinson Road. Thank you for your time and for your service to the citizens of Sonoma.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Someone else who would like to speak?
Hi, Mayor, Council, staff, public, Steve Aker, Fire Chief and resident of Sonoma. I'm here tonight for 2 reasons. One, I want to, this wasn't planned, but wanted to share my sincere compliments and appreciation to KSVY for their accomplishments in expanding their reach. As many of us know, they're an incredibly important partner and avenue for us to be able to, in emergency services and emergency management, to be able to communicate our message to the public. So to be able to increase their reach 5-fold is tremendous. They were one of the few means that we had to communicate with our public effectively during the 2017 fires and beyond. So my sincere compliments to them and appreciation. The primary reason that I was here, besides that, was just to share with the public and everyone in attendance that this Friday, Santa Claus will be arriving at City Hall via a fire engine. And on behalf of our Sonoma Volunteer Firefighters Association, we will be not only delivering Santa, but providing hot chocolate for young and old alike. And we will be partnering with our good friends down at Sonoma Raceway for a toy drive that night as well. So as many know, Sonoma Raceway does a fantastic job of supporting the community with the holiday food drive and toy drive, and that's going to continue Friday night, 5 o'clock at City Hall. So hope to see everyone there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Aker. Do you have anyone else who would like to stand up and speak?
Mark Newhauser, Glen Ellen. Before I make a faux pas here, I just want to make sure, is the architectural limitations on construction for infill development on the agenda tonight?
No.
Okay. I just read about this morning, and so I'm a little concerned that this could be creating an impediment to affordable housing in the city of Sonoma. And so I would hope that you would consider that and keep that in mind. Also, I want to point out something that happened well long before your administration and probably any of your, including the staff's tenure on this issue, but there was an allowance by the city of Sonoma for affordable housing, especially, particularly the trailer courts or mobile homes in Sonoma and within the sphere of influence. You may remember this was the Rancho de Sonoma, allowing them to convert to market rate housing. And so what we have in what I have read and researched is that a lot of affordable housing that has been designated and even funded as being built for affordable housing has usually about a 30-year sunset clause, which then allows it to revert or be improved to market rate housing. So we have the proverbial hole in the bucket where we're losing housing, while at the same time we're not building enough of the low and very low affordability classes. So I just want you to keep that in mind when making decisions around architectural restrictions that could prevent that type of housing from being built. And to also keep in mind how much the city relies on surrounding communities to uphold these affordable housing needs, because it's not happening in Sonoma at the rate that it's really needed to share that equitably throughout the valley. Thank you very much.
And Mark, what is your last name?
Newhauser.
Thank you. Those who would like to speak? Seeing no one rise, do you have anyone, Latanya, on Zoom? I know there are people out there, but possibly for other, maybe SDC and other issues.
No hands raised on Zoom, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Before we close, I think I have an opportunity to ask our city manager that regarding the mobile home parks, and we talked about that. I did find the book that you need to see, all the what he was, Mark Newhauser was talking about. So I found the whole book when they came here in 2014, and we had a big meeting at the Vets Hall, so I thought I'd pass that on to you because I think we've discussed it's a very important issue. But thank you. Thank you, Mr. Newhauser. Did I already close the public session? I'll close it anyway. Okay, I have a dedication as well. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Today is World AIDS Day, and I just wanted to, this is not a person specifically, but I thought it was important during the dedication that it's been 40 years since the first AIDS death in California and in the world. And this year, it's dedicated to creating economic, social, cultural, and legal equalities around the world so that we can reach our goal to end AIDS by 2030. And so I'd like to lend my support to those goals in the memory of all of those who have died of AIDS.
Thank you so much.
That's the red ribbon today. Today is International AIDS Day. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Councilmember Lowe. I would like to dedicate this evening to Sidney Hoover, who passed away October 22nd. Sidney was born in Palo Alto and on the Stanford campus. His father was a professor at Stanford, and he graduated from Palo Alto High School, went on to become an architect, and was part of the BART, building BART at the Civic Center, which I find exciting, having worked for Bechtel. I remember those days, and I just wanted to let you know that Sid Hoover, the one thing I remember him for, if any of you are from 2nd Street East, he stood by our side to get that stop sign at 2nd Street East and Patton. We were told, everybody was told it can't be done, it can't be done. But guess what? In the fashion only in Sonoma, it took 2 years, but it was done. So I'm very pleased to have that accomplished, and he was right there. He never stopped calling and because he thought it was so important. Sid is survived by his wife of 22 years, Ellen Hoover, his children, Hillary Keller, William Hoover, and Andrew Hoover, his sister, Christine H. Sorensen. He leaves behind the mother of his children, Irene Gorman Hoover, and I just wanted to dedicate this to Sid Hoover, who was valiant in his desire to get a stop sign at 2nd Street East and Patton. I appreciate it. So I will go on to consent agenda. Read all items listed on the consent
Okay, we
calendar.
have the presentation first.
Oh,
So-
so sorry.
So
I'm
what-
rolling here.
So I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. One suggestion is, if most of the people here are planning to comment on the Sonoma Development Center, which I see a lot of nodding, I would suggest if it'd be okay to go ahead and move forward with the consent. And if you want to pull anything, that would just go to the regular, and then that way people waiting for the consent calendar can just go. And because I know some staff are here strictly just for the consent calendar. Thank you.
So we'll go on to the consent calendar. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon by a single motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the council or staff request specific items to be removed for separate action. Is there any, what is the pleasure of the council?
I'd like to pull 4.3, please.
All right. Anyone else? No? So, I'll take it out to the public. Seeing no one rise, I'll close. So we have Councilmember Barnett pulled 4.3. So,
Well, shall we approve the rest of the consent calendar first? All right, so I move that we approve the consent calendar with the exception of 4.3.
Second.
roll call, please.
Councilmember Barnett,
Aye.
Councilmember Felder,
Aye.
Councilmember Lowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dean,
Aye.
Mayor Agrimonti.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So what is your pleasure?
Well, I would like to discuss 4.3. Shall we have a staff report, or how would you like to go
Sure.
about this?
Would you like to wait to talk about 4.3 after the presentation? Do that first? Or would you
I don't
rather
think
talk
he's gonna
about
take- it's gonna-
4.3
The
now?
presentation, you mean after
yeah, well,
SBC?
after the Sonoma
That's fine.
Development Center.
That's fine.
Do you feel it's going to take a long time? I don't think
It
so.
could. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, all right.
I mean, it's up to you. You want to do 4.3 now, or?
Well, I just thought maybe, I don't know how long 4.3 will take, and I know you have a lot of people here
All
for
right. Well,
the
that's-
development center, so I thought maybe you would do
I just
that
didn't think it was going to take that
first.
long. It's not like a $5,000 or 5,000 square foot development.
Again, it's a pleasure of the council.
Yeah,
That was just a
absolutely.
suggestion by
I-
staff.
I yield to Councilmember Barnett.
I'm more than happy to discuss it after the presentation.
Yeah,
if
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's why I
okay.
yield to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're getting the presentation. Is that right?
So, Madam Mayor, maybe in terms of the action you took, so you'll have the suggestion is you'll have the presentation from Brian O. with the County of Marin,
Right.
and
So-
then you open the staff report
County
for...
of Sonoma.
Oh, it's County of Sonoma.
Yeah.
Did I say County of Marin?
You did.
Oh, that's my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Wow, okay then. All right, that's just throw me off completely now. Okay, so, and then there's the staff report for 6.1, in which we're seeking direction on
Right.
your approach for getting public comment. So,
Yes.
in terms of process, I would suggest you consider the presentation, ask a few questions, ask for the staff report on 6.1, ask questions, then open it up for public comment.
All right. So we're going to the presentation. All right. And who do we have? I'm sorry.
It's Brian from the County of Sonoma.
Oh, all right.
Yes.
Oh, is he on Zoom? Yes. Oh,
Or he's going to be
little
making a
mystery
presentation
here.
virtually.
Okay,
Sorry.
thanks.
One is, so I had to look that up. So can everyone hear me okay? I know that there's people in person and also in Zoom, so let me know if you can't hear me. But thank you so much, Mayor Agrimonti and members of the Sonoma City Council, as well as City Manager and Planning Director Storr, for the opportunity to come present on the progress that we've made on the Sonoma Development Center specific plan. My name is Brian O. I'm one of the planning managers here at Permit Sonoma, at the County of Sonoma. And so I'll walk through a brief presentation, and I will be available. I'm not joined this evening. Sorry? Oh, I'm not joined this evening by our consultants, so I will do my best to answer any questions, and also look forward to any discussion, and I'll stick around for the public comment as well. And so with that, I will share my screen. All right. Okay, so today I will provide a overview of the schedule. I'll talk a little bit about the 3-year process that is currently unfolding, and then I'll get into the presentation, provide a little bit of context and project background. Then I'll walk through the alternatives, some of the constraints and implications that went into the process, and then do a closing with some next steps identified. So if you can see my mouse, we are getting close to the end of the year. We are just wrapping up some public workshops and discussions around the 3 alternatives that we published on November 1st. And so we are taking all the feedback that's coming in. I'm looking at it personally, and ultimately we'll be presenting a preferred alternative to the Board of Supervisors in a workshop format at the end of January. And then based on the board's direction, looking to finalize a preferred alternative that ultimately we would analyze through the environmental impact report. And then that really keeps us on track to publish a draft environmental impact report in the summer of next year, and then back to both our planning commission and then ultimately the Board of Supervisors for adoption of the specific plan and the environmental document in August of 2022. And so the purpose of these alternatives is really threefold. It's to carry out the vision and guiding principles, and to talk a little bit about that later in this presentation, and also to present a range of possibilities and to really understand their implications and to help us inform ultimately a recommendation that we would make to our Board of Supervisors. And really it's to enable informed community dialogue. And so much of that is happening. I expect to have a really good sort of listening and dialogue this evening as well. And we look to continue that as we get to the board as another opportunity for public input and throughout the process. And so for regional context, so this is outside of the city of Sonoma boundaries to the north. And in many ways, it's the heart of Sonoma Valley. And so, we're really mindful of the regional context. When we went to the Board of Supervisors for a workshop in January of this year, they really implored us to be bold and to look sort of beyond the traditional development and really, understand what the needs of the Sonoma Valley is, and to meet a lot of the state mandates. I think first and foremost that the state has outlined in this process. And so I will walk through some of the considerations that we have. So it's if you walk through the campus, it is quite stunning. There's a number of historic buildings, and so one of the considerations that we have to make, we're not starting from scratch. So our consultants had taken a look. There was a previous effort as well by the state and their consultants to look at the condition of the buildings, and so that definitely goes into the consideration when we're looking to redevelop and present a preferred alternative for the site. And so another consideration, I'm just going to walk through a few of many, is the site context. 900 acres, over 900 acres of the campus is shown here. We have the state park to the west, and then the regional park just to the northeast there, and then with the Highway 12 going north-south to the right of the screen. And then the community of Glen Ellen, as well as a community to the south of campus as well. And it's bisected by Arnold Drive. A lot of thought and discussion around the wildlife corridor, which you see here in the light green. So it passes west to east, just north of the campus. So this is another consideration that we have. There's a bit of a pinch point here just south of Suttonfield Lake, which is there's a bit of an impact that we want to consider just north of campus, and then the bridge crossing as well. And I appreciate Chief Baker being here. I heard him earlier on the public comment, but I think one of the other key considerations that we are making is fire resiliency. And so there's been a lot of trauma that has come through the Sonoma Valley and very close to the campus. In fact, some of the buildings were lost on the periphery here. And so special consideration is being taken as we went through this process to be mindful of the natural impacts here that we have. And so another piece is really being mindful of the legacy of care. So this was a key job creator in Sonoma Valley. At its peak, 1,900 jobs. It was able to provide a service to over 3,700 clients. And I've been here in Sonoma County for a year and a half. As I've gotten to know my neighbors here in the city of Petaluma and just colleagues at work, we all know somebody who either worked at the facility or had a family member that was cared after at the facility. So great thought was put into how do we preserve that legacy into one of the alternatives. And so redevelopment constraints, another important key piece. I mentioned earlier at the top of the presentation, it's a three-year process contract that we have with the state legislature. And it's outlined very specific measures. So permanent protection of the open space, which is roughly 700 acres of the 900-acre campus. And so permanent protection of that open space. Protection of the Eldridge Cemetery, and also priority for housing, maximize housing for the site with priority given to affordable as well as people with developmental disabilities. And it really needs to be economically feasible. Ultimately, there is a parallel process that the state is embarking on to go through the disposition of this property. And so they will maintain ownership. They will go through the disposition of the property, and both efforts to end by the end of 2022 with no assurances beyond that agreement. Other constraints are some of our sub-consultants with expertise in infrastructure has taken a look at what it would take to really bring up many of the buildings and the utilities, and we're looking at a minimum of $70 million on infrastructure, and just for the main building rehab, the iconic main building, anywhere between $17 and $30 million to rehab the building, which is one of two landmarks for preservation. And then ultimately, community context. So this is not along the 101 corridor. It's again the heart of Sonoma Valley. We are mindful of its context in the greater Sonoma Valley, and we will take a look at, through the environmental impact report, the impacts of what the potential redevelopment may bring. Community outreach to date, so we've done a number. I think one of the challenges of doing this, there's been a few stop and starts, just given the pandemic. We really started off at the start of 2020, and obviously it had some challenges there, but we've really finished and gotten to this point on a really high note. We've been working closely with District 1 and really trying to hear from folks that we have been unable to connect with during this digital community discussion. And so the district office they do monthly charla comunitarias with the Latinx population and some of the community leaders. And so we've been fortunate enough to be able to help inform and provide information about this project. And so we've also had a planning advisory team, which has met 12 times regularly throughout the process to help inform where we're at to this date. And this is the vision that we presented to the Board of Supervisors, again, through thoughtful discussion with the planning advisory team, as well as earlier community discussions. We had a workshop back in November of 2020. And so it was really to identify a vision for the site, a vibrant and sustainable community, all the way down to a hub of community life in Sonoma Valley. And through that process, we also identified 10 guiding principles: promote a vibrant mixed-use community, emphasize a cohesive sense of place and walkability, integrate development with open space conservation, balance development with existing land uses, promote sustainability and resiliency, support housing development and provide a variety of housing types, balance development with historic resource conservation, promote multimodal mobility, ensure long-term fiscal sustainability, and to embrace diversity. And like any good planning exercise and planning process, we look to local examples of what potentially some of the redevelopment and the scale of the housing product could look like. And so we looked, close to home in the city of Petaluma, Katati with some of their newer small lot subdivisions, namely the Village Walk, and then also just to provide context, what we hear loud and clear is the need to maintain that historic presence of the campus. And so we look just north of the campus to the village of Glen Ellen and the Chauvet building and the rehab and the adaptive reuse that was undertaken there, and as a really great and strong example of what these buildings could potentially look like. And so we have, I'm going to walk through 3 alternatives, and they differ, but there are many common elements that are constant throughout the 3, and I expect the ultimate preferred alternative that the board, that we do take to the board to maintain most, if not all, of these assets. So, definitely preserving at least the open space, if not more. Looking at the existing active recreation, the baseball field, the soccer field, expanding the bicycle infrastructure, and making that connection to the south of campus, across the bridge north and into Glen Ellen. And then really careful consideration here, just to the north, making the protection around the riparian corridor and the creek setback, but being mindful about the community's desires and wishes around the wildlife corridor and providing some protection there. Also with the fire, when we look back at historically, wanting to ensure that we're being mindful of just east of the campus. How can we utilize that space? Can we recharge some of the groundwater? Can we restore that wetland and have a dual impact there of a fire break that if that would ever come to be, but also additional consideration just to protect future residents as well as users of the campus moving forward. And one piece that that's here, you'll see this in alternative B, but there has been a desire to look at a potential new connection from the campus to Highway 12. And so I'll talk a little bit more about that later in the presentation. But again, just wanted to highlight some of the commonalities, some of the themes that we are hearing that we expect as a baseline, critical to moving forward with a redevelopment of the site. And so alternative A, we're calling it conserve and enhance. And so this will see the most rehabbing of existing facilities. There's a trade-off there, being that the cost of rehab would have to be incorporated ultimately into the land value. But again, this was this is one option here that we're looking at. In the yellow is potential residential space, institutional, which is another use that has been identified, and then as well, we're keeping tabs on what the outlook looks like for office space, and we're being really mindful of what the trends are, and if that is an appropriate use, and then as well, hotel, a smaller hotel, no more than 120 rooms, as one potential generator for the site. And let me see if there's anything else important. And then this gives you a little bit more detail of what this could potentially look like with the housing on the east side of campus, the core campus to the north, as well as really utilizing the sort of central green as the main space, community space, and really building around that is something, the consideration that we put into the alternatives. And so alternative B, and at the end, there's one summary slide that'll cover all of these, but alternative B is core and community. This is also balancing historic preservation with what we're hearing just regarding demand around housing. And so in this alternative, there's the potential connection to Highway 12, whether that's just for emergency access or something more. Again, it's too soon at this point, but definitely a point worth discussing and bringing to the community. So a lot of similarities just with the residential east of campus, and then again a bit more of a mixed use around the core and the central green area just in front of the main building. And this one proposes the hotel as part of a rehab for the main building. And so this gives you a little bit more detail of what I just went through. And then alternative C, we're calling renew. So this will preserve the least amount, but again, there's a trade-off. And looking at different options and alternatives and impacts. One aspect that we heard from the board at our workshop in January was really to look and in some ways this campus was in many ways this campus was a self-sustaining community, and so that's another consideration that we wanted to take into account, and we also hear the need for pathways to higher quality, higher paying jobs is another need within Sonoma Valley, and so one idea that has been generated through community discussion is the creation of an innovation hub. And so it's something that we've taken a look at. I mean, it essentially is adding more office space. You still have the residential components. We're preserving the key historic buildings. And this is where, in this scenario, a potential hotel can be. But as you can see, again, a common theme throughout is preservation of the greater campus for open space, consideration of the wildlife corridor here through this buffer that we've built in. There's existing buildings here at the moment. and then also manage landscape for potential fire resiliency to the east. And so again, common theme, the central green sort of community space, and then sort of building the different land use around the core campus. And so here's the summary that I mentioned. Housing units, which includes the affordable units, 990 upwards to 1290. And then we look, these are added in, or these numbers are included here, but wanted to separate that, roughly 25% being affordable housing, deed restricted. Job creation, anywhere from 600 to 1,000 jobs being created, and then the breakdown, again, of the historic building preservation. And then total building square footage. We looked at what's existing and just, really heard from the community of wanting to ensure that, we are really thinking about the scale and density and we look at the square footage. I mean, it's an important consideration for us to do, and to it's something that we thought about and put some numbers behind that as well. And then the open space within the core, again, increases across the board from the existing historical acreage of the site. And so this is just sort of prettier graphic of the previous slide, just to provide a little bit more of a visual context of the housing job balance between or amongst the three alternatives as it relates to the historic use, again, the building area, and then acreage in terms of the open space. And then another hot topic, and something, obviously that is top of mind, transportation impacts. So we've done some preliminary work analyzing sort of a 2.2 to 2.4% increase in vehicle delay. And so moving forward, we are using the vehicle miles traveled as the impact per CEQA. And so again, as we refine our preferred alternative and then have additional alternatives that we look at in the environmental impact report, more information and more studies will be done. But for the purpose of this initial discussion with the community, we thought it was really important to take that preliminary look to really see, what the impact could be. And then we also, going back to this idea of a community, a self-sustaining community, with the mix of housing and potential job creation on site, are running our county model. We are looking at anticipating anywhere from 18 to 20% of those trips being made by non-auto. Nice to hear from the Bicycle Coalition there earlier as well. So it's another consideration and another sort of element that went into our thought process in producing the three alternatives. And so here's I think this is my last slide. Again, I think it's really important to emphasize, what the commonalities are across all the three alternatives that have been presented. 700 of the 900 acres of open space will be preserved as part of that state legislative agreement. The existing framework of the streets are largely retained. It's, as I mentioned earlier, with the self-sustaining community historically for the campus, we were able to really largely keep that intact. Individual significant resources, and the main building with the price tag there to rehab as well as Sonoma House as being the two historical landmarks. The creek and the setbacks of the creeks being retained and in many ways enhanced, having a larger setback. And then really, the greatest focus being on housing and how do we, based on this site and the constraints, what is that right number on providing? There's been lots of discussion around, the type of housing, the number of housing units, and so I anticipate that to continue. But again, that's a common theme throughout the three. And then also market demand. There's a market demand study on our website that really provided the ceiling, for us to really understand that ceiling. But essentially, the demand for affordable housing is so obviously that's not going to happen with any one site, but I think it's important context for us to consider in the redevelopment of the site. And then economic feasibility. We want to put forth and recommend a plan to the Board of Supervisors that ultimately is economically feasible, something that would be attractive ultimately through the disposition by the state. And so that this could be a 10 years out, a big contributing and important integral part of Sonoma Valley. And that's really, to me, that's the gist of it. And then what does vary across the alternatives, it's the level of intervention, the existing buildings, what is able to be rehabbed, adaptively reused, and organizational. I think just there's many unique buildings, and the way that it is, the site plan is currently constructed, that's another important consideration for us as well. And then the range of uses, and then density and intensity. And so I'll conclude with where we're at. Again, we hosted a workshop, a virtual workshop, Saturday morning, November 13th, 300 plus members of the community in attendance. We did an in-person Spanish language town hall up at St. Leo's, and so one of our staff members have been working really closely with the congregation there, and so was able to connect with some of the community leaders within the Spanish community, and we were able to have a in Spanish town hall that following week. And I also presented a similar presentation to a joint advisory meeting, which included the three municipal and community advisory committees that we have here in Sonoma Valley. And then since then, I've been personally receiving plenty and many comments. I've been looking at each and every one of those. I'm continuing to look at those. That helps me inform ultimately the direction that we take and present to the board here in January next year. And then I think the next touch point, at minimum, would be when the draft specific plan is published. We'll have a public hearing, and we expect that to be early summer 2020. And so if there's, I'm happy to take any questions. We've developed some frequently asked questions, a 2-pager. It's on our website, both in English and Spanish, just to provide a little bit more context to the presentation that I am giving today. But again, happy to answer any questions that may come from the council. Thank you.
So could I ask, is Tennis, this was Brian O., and where is Tennis Wick?
Dr. Wick is not with us today.
Oh, okay. Well, let me just cross that off the here. So since we're going to go into a discussion anyway, can we put those two together with asking questions and just continue on? Is that rather than possibly, I mean, if people want to ask Brian, Mr. O, questions, that's absolutely fine. but
Yeah, so
what do you suggest?
my suggestion would be that maybe the council ask a few questions. We received the staff report on the preferred approach, because that's really going to say, really, this evening is really not the forum for asking all the questions and providing all the comments, but rather we schedule a special study session or workshop for the council and the community to just be dedicated to the council being able to get community input. Then the council can then begin to develop whatever its questions, comments, and official position would be, and then you would have an official, go back to a regular meeting to formally adopt it and send it to the county for feedback at your special workshop or study session. Then we invite the county to participate.
So at this point, I'm going to bypass the questions for us.
Well, if you'd like to ask a question, I think that's fine. I think all I'm saying is it'd be good not to ask like dozens and dozens of questions.
Us?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Toy. All right, so you've heard our city manager. What is the pleasure? Obviously, you have comments or questions for Mr. O. Who'd like to start?
I'll start.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Thank you. And just with regard to the city manager's comments, it could be after we listen to comments from the public and we come back to comments that we may have some consensus on a few items, in which case I think it's feasible to at least move forward a little bit, because many of us have been briefed on this through the various mechanisms that you described, through the town halls and so forth. I mean, I know I've been looking at it extensively. So I'll hold my comments until everybody's had their say, but I'd like to just focus on the jobs chart. And if you could break down the jobs, are those all?
What page?
Alternatives.
It's the alternative comparison page. It looks like this.
Thank you.
And just tell me,
I can't find it.
are those all hotel jobs?
Through the chair, thank you, Councilwoman. It's a combination of the jobs associated with the hotel, but also the office space. We also envision a number of community facilities which would need to, which would also have jobs identified to those uses. So it's not just the hotel, but also office space.
Office space, like what sort of offices are you talking about? Are you talking about a bank? Are you talking about a WeWork site? What does this look like to you?
Sure. So we haven't gotten quite to that point. I mean, really the purpose is what type of land use and what type of what type of land use is may be appropriate. So we haven't identified an end user at this point in time. And I don't know if that may just go beyond the scope of what we are doing at this point in this specific thing.
Sure. And did you break down the historical Sonoma Developmental Center jobs in terms of their economic significance and the other jobs that you're proposing?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, I mean, I think the historic use of the development center was very focused on caring and providing service for the community that lived there. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, because we're not, there isn't going to be a land use that would be a similar type of use. So it's tough to, I guess I don't really have a great answer on if we've considered it. It's not, we don't anticipate there being at that scale, that type of facility in the three alternatives.
It's not the type of job per se. It's the economic value of the job. In other words, it was the largest employer in the area, and it provided livable wages, retirement, and health care for the employees of the developmental center. And the kind of jobs that are proposed, in these office buildings and this hotel, what I'm asking is that, was there any look at the fact that they're not comparable in terms of one's ability to be economically viable in this community?
I'm happy to take that back to the team and come back.
Okay.
Study session.
And then in terms of your communalities, I mean, the one thing that struck me as in common with all of these was the hotel. And it's not on the list. And maybe it shouldn't be, but I'm ahead of myself there. Anyway, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Anyone, oh, sorry. Anyone else from the council?
I was following the question Councilmember Lowe just mentioned. Maybe this the number increased to 1,080 related alternative in the C, that is innovation hub. What means, can you explain a little bit more about innovation hub? Certainly.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And so this is, again, it's an idea sort of that has come out from the community on how we can create some potential research and development facilities, something that just goes beyond your traditional office space. And so again, no end user identified, but I think one idea that has been identified by the community is this thought that it can be an area where research and development can take place. There's sort of this pathway of high quality jobs and education built into that concept. And so, I would look to, as examples, you can look at from the federal level, through the Department of Energy, they have, similar spaces. We have the Buck Institute just to the south. And so there's a few examples that we could point to. But I think the main concept being it goes beyond the traditional sort of standard office jobs, but really creating these pathways, within the sort of tech, the science and tech industry.
Thank you.
So I just have comments. I've received so many wonderful emails from people regarding SDC, and some really compelling, all compelling. So I know this is something very big for the county, for this area. Of course, it'll really affect us here in Sonoma, is because we're at the edge and the south of it. And that's why I'm glad that Sandra Lowe is on our council, because she has been attending meetings. I attended maybe 10 and got cross-eyed and said, I can't do any more. So I'm looking at you all now. I hope you're not cross-eyed, but I'm just saying, I tried. When I heard 400 or 40 million just for the electrical work, I was done. So I know bigger and better people than I will be working on this, but I would like to thank everyone who sent their comments in. They were very compelling, heartwarming. They had some of the some of the comments that Councilmember Lowe made were exactly what they've said as well. So I'm appreciative of that. Bob, no, Kelso, do you have any comments?
I'll just make a brief comment before we hear from the public. Hi, Brian. How are you? Good to see you.
Good.
I served on the planning advisory team and still am on the planning advisory team for the Sonoma Developmental Center, which kicked off in early 2020. And as Brian said, about a month after we kicked off, the pandemic started, which really impacted our ability to meet. But Brian, can you sort of further reinstate sort of the directive from the state in terms of this has to be economically feasible? For example, there's potentially $70 million of infrastructure cost, $30 million of historic preservation, rehabilitation, that anyone that potentially could acquire this site will be required to invest right off the bat. And so if members of the public don't like these alternatives, which I completely understand why some may not, part of that is because the market analysis determined land uses that were the highest and best use, correct, that could potentially pay off these significant amount of infrastructure costs right off the bat. Can you sort of discuss that a little further?
I'd be happy to, thanks, Councilman. And so, yes, baked into the legislation, the agreement between the county and the state, we are charged with put forth a specific plan that identifies a redevelopment of the site that is economically feasible. So you are absolutely correct. That the calculus, the math that goes into ultimately what was produced in the alternatives takes into consideration that we aren't starting from zero. There is a real cost to redevelop the site, and so we definitely want to be mindful of that. We're not attempting to put forth an aspirational plan that has no financial reality, and there would be no interest in redeveloping it. That's absolutely not something that we want to happen here.
Right. So for example, if the state decided to take that off the table and with their projected $30 billion surplus next year decided to themselves upgrade the infrastructure and rehabilitate the historic buildings at a cost of $100 to, let's say, even $150 million, would other potential land uses, would other alternatives become more viable?
Absolutely. I mean, if there is a magic bucket that appears, that absolutely goes into consideration. Should go into the.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O. At this point, I'm sorry. Thank you, Bob.
Just a quick question. Did I hear you correctly in saying that there's kind of a parallel path between the county and the state that are leading to some kind of a conclusion that would be reached that might select one versus the other?
You are absolutely correct. You heard that correctly. They are getting ready to start the disposition process with the intention that it'll align with our board adopting a specific plan. And so it is a parallel track. We do not intend to take ownership of the property, and they'll go through their sort of standard general services disposition.
So you, in a sense, are making a recommendation to the state, which they can either accept or reject.
Absolutely. And so this is unique. My understanding is this may be the first time that the State General Services Department has done a partnership like this. And so, this was done with discussions with our local leaders to their counterparts at the state level, which was for us at the county level to really have that on the ground, develop the planning of the site to be done with the community, for the community. And so this is atypical. It's something that they're willing to try. They put real money into it. having said that, they gave us a 3-year timeline and with no extensions, and that's what we're working off of
Okay, thank you.
in terms of schedule.
Thank you, Mr. O. At this point, I think I'm taking this out to the public. You can step forward, introduce yourself. You don't even look cross-eyed. Good for you.
No, not at all. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes?
Great.
And your name?
Nick Brown, 26 years Sonoma Valley resident. I am part of the leadership in 2 Sonoma Valley nonprofits and a member of the SDC Permit Sonoma Citizens Planning Advisory Team, or PAT. I very much wanted to endorse a great product from the planning process, to help create goodwill for a great alternatives product. None of these alternatives come close. The assumption from the planning consultants of Diet and Bhatia was to fill up the main SDC campus as a way to mitigate enough, create enough financial margin to mitigate the pre-existing financial burdens of a decayed infrastructure. This is a false assumption. We need to redirect the energies of the planning team to start pursuing more creative funding streams. State funding. Arguably, the state created many of these infrastructure problems
She's not timing it.
by letting the campus decay. Federal, state, and county funding. If the state and county pitch in, we can start to pursue private philanthropic money, not to help a master developer's bottom line, but to help the community reduce the scale of any construction. We want housing. We want housing for our vulnerable communities. We want housing for our disabled neighbors. We want real affordable housing. We want a multi-generational community. We can do all these at a much smaller scale. We need a fourth alternative, one that is truly community-driven and does it right. We can do this with creative funding and goodwill amongst stakeholders. We can do this, and at a much smaller scale. Please start listening to our community. Please go to eldridgeforall.org to learn about and help gather community ideas. Thank you, Sonoma City Council, and thank you, Sonoma Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. May I hand out my contact information so you may be able to get a hold of me?
You can give that to the city clerk. Who would like to speak next? You can approach the podium and introduce yourself. And I believe we have 3 minutes on these comments.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you,
you,
sir.
City Council, for having me here, and thank you. My name is Arthur Dawson, and thank you, City Council, for having us, and thank you, Brian, for your presentation. I am a 32-year Glen Ellen resident. I treasure the rural character of our community, and I'm currently serving as the chair of the North Sonoma Valley Municipal Advisory Council. I am speaking tonight as a private citizen. And since the beginning, I've said that scale is what really matters. It doesn't matter so much what happens there, but it's the scale that's going to impact our town and also Sonoma. I do support, and I know my community supports the mandates from the state and the county for affordable housing. We would be happy to provide affordable housing in scale with our existing community. Also housing for developmentally disabled. As well as protection of the unique natural and cultural resources at the SDC. Let me quote from the county's goals, which the consultant was hired to fill. You've heard the piece about the finances. Well, here's another piece. A specific plan is needed to represent the community's vision. It must be compatible in scale with the surrounding community and consistent with state, county, and community goals. And despite the fact that the consultants did all kinds of calculations, they did not look up how to evaluate the scale of what's going on in the sense of the surrounding community And as a matter of fact, I looked on the census website. There's actually a clear definition of rural versus urban. And right now, Glen Ellen is a rural community. After this, it would become an urban community. So with those goals in mind, you would expect the community to have supported the alternatives, but the response in the Kenwood Press was reported as, the proposals have stirred growing dismay among housing development experts and conservationists, angered local members of a planning advisory group, and terrified neighbors with visions of a sprawling new city on SDC campus. So, but rather than go into all the problems that would come with that, I'd like to invite people into the process of really envisioning the redevelopment of SDC within a financial framework that I believe could provide for the public good. And that would be with an Eldridge Trust, hopefully with the help of the state and the county. We've had a strong vision for what we want at SDC since 2015 and before. We have a good vision, and we just need to put a foundation under it. So I'd like to invite the whole Sonoma County community, or Sonoma Valley community, including our city council, to come to our next MAC meeting, which will be by Zoom on December 15th at 5:30. And we'll be looking at what our core agreements as a community are about the site. 60 years ago, Highway 12 was not turned into a freeway because citizens spoke out. And please join us as we dream about the changes on SDC that the community will really support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin Cornwall. I wear a couple of different hats in regard to this SDC conversation, so I want to be really clear about who I'm speaking for this evening. I'm speaking as the project director for Sonoma Valley Collaborative, which is a very loose coalition of as broad a spectrum as possible of the interest groups across Sonoma Valley. So that includes business groups like the Chamber and the Vintners and Growers Alliance, youth serving organizations like the school district, and the Education Foundation, the faith community, the environmental organizations, really as broad as we can get. So we have about 30 organizations participating. And because SDC offers a once-in-a-generation opportunity to do amazing things for all parts of our community, we've been paying a lot of attention to it. So there's a lot of angst, obviously, about SDC. There's also, a fair amount of common ground out there that there's still time to make good on. The members of Sonoma Valley Collaborative are going to meet in a couple weeks to go deeper on the consensus that we've crafted about SDC. And I mainly just want to say this evening that I'm very glad to see the city considering taking a more active role in the future of this place. It's so big, it's so important, it's going to have a big effect on the city, and I would just really support, and the members of the coalition would support, active participation and oversight, not oversight in a legal way, but that you as elected representatives would take an active role in the conversation. I think would help improve the outcomes, and improve outcomes in terms of what happens on that site, but also sort of the quality of community conversation that we can have about it. There's a lot of rancor now, and I think you could be part of sort of a far-sighted solution to this important set of decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cornwall. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Alice Horowitz, and I live in Glen Ellen. Let's see. There's so much to say about this. We could, everybody's got a lot to say about it, and like Caitlin mentioned, there's a lot of emotion. There is excitement about the possibilities of change and doing great things there. And speaking for myself, I welcome change. I welcome housing, certainly affordable housing, hopefully for the people who really do need it most. There is fear in the community of Glen Ellen with the numbers that have been proposed. It's just that, and talking about scale, that it's just going to blow us out of the water. After the 2017 fires,
the community of Glen Ellen really galvanized and came together. And then, you know, we started working as a coordinated group on a lot of different fronts, and really seeing our community come together. And then as the SDC has been coming down the pipeline, that has also felt like kind of like a slow moving wildfire that's coming our way. I mean, we've known it's coming for a long time. And it's really been like, well, how is this gonna happen? Is it gonna be like slow and low and beneficial, or is it gonna be fast and high and just way too much? And these alternatives are looking like the fast and high and way too much. So that's why there is this really heightened emotion about that. And I think a lot of people feel that our concerns have just been completely dismissed and not listened to. So, but there is a lot of hope, and once again, I see our community coming together, and we might not all agree. We certainly don't all agree, but we are working together and have some really great ideas going, and that's exciting, and that's really cool. As just on a personal note, having lived in the Valley for 32 years, I have seen the traffic just increase and really become problematic, certainly at certain times of the day, and that is a big concern. Also with the wildfires, having to dash out in the middle of the night a couple of times in the past several years. The real fire is a huge concern, and we don't want to be relying on the beam me up Scotty method of exiting, you know, when danger's coming. So yeah, hopefully that can be addressed in a real productive way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Horowitz. Next, please.
Hello, I'm Bonnie Brown. I'm a 22-year resident of the El Verano area of Sonoma Valley. So affordable housing, as we all know, is for our workforce is critical for our economy, because hiring and keeping employees is really difficult right now for our businesses. Because there are local, nonprofit, affordable housing companies like Midpen Housing, Burbank, and Saha that do good projects, which obtain their funding for projects with government funds, investors, tax credits, foundations, and grants. In other words, other income streams other than development, massive development. We can have affordable housing without having to be reliant on financial support from developers who build dense housing for higher income folks. We can have a balance. The building industry accounts for I'm going to talk about something for a second here that is something my eyes just glaze over when I think about, like, what can I do about this? The building industry, in other words, building homes and so forth, accounts for roughly 30% of the global carbon emissions in the atmosphere. Embedded carbon is a term for the cost to bulldoze the land, demolish the old buildings, transport to the landfill or recycling center, obtain and fabricate new materials for the new buildings, transport those to the site, construct the new buildings. It's massive and something we need to consider in any new development. So the three current alternatives for SDC plan for all of the buildings on the east side of Arnold Drive, which is, as you drive north, it's the whole area on the right-hand side over from Sonoma Creek. For all of those buildings to be scraped off, every one of them, and either 1,000 to 1,300 housing units to be built there, with only 13 to 25% affordable. There's some term in there about inclusionary, which we don't know if that's really affordable, not sure. Sonoma Valley needs and can do better. So adaptive reuse of sound, solid buildings is not more expensive than new construction and is done all over the world because of carbon emissions and the desire for buildings small instead of massive. Governor Newsom made, oops, I don't have the time to do that one. So I hope the city of Sonoma will support the community by questioning the current three alternatives to the county and by supporting the community's right to be heard and appropriate action to be taken in honor of this exceptional place. I have one more. Oh gosh, I've only got 1 second left. This quote I've got to say. Governor Newsom made an executive order to the state agencies to identify and prioritize excess state-owned property to, quote, aggressively pursue sustainable, innovative, and cost-effective housing projects. These alternatives have none of that.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Hi again, Mark Newhauser, Glen Ellen. Just want to make two major points. One is that this is public land, and I don't think we should relinquish that and have it be privatized. I think the importance of keeping this land in the public sector is going to be greatly needed in the future, not only for housing, but for environmental and climate change resilience. If we let it go, we will lose that forever. So we need to keep this public land. Also, I just want to mention, Mr. O has been really gracious and very professional throughout this process, and I really appreciate them. Thank you, Brian. But I think they were set up because they were given these 3 mandates by the state that were mutually incompatible. If you are constrained by the financial feasibility to have just standardized financing to make this work by also heaping on, as Mr. Councilman Barnett mentioned, this burden of having to do the cleanup and removal of the buildings, that's just an impossible task to make this profitable without it being too large a scale. Now, many people, including scientists in the community, are pointing out that if you put that many people on this property, it's just going to be overwhelming, and you will compromise the other land values, part of the state mandate, to protect the wildlife corridor. It becomes an incompatible land use issue as soon as this gets to a certain scale. If we can keep it public, and as other people have mentioned, bring in creative financing through a trust, preferably if we can get that arranged, and if the state is amenable to that, we can, and the community is very committed to this. I mean, a lot of us have been working on this over the last 6 years, 8 years to find a solution, because we knew for years this facility was going to shut down. And people are very committed to this. We will help find the financing. We will help support the trust. We will help make this happen. What we need are allies in the community, including the city of Sonoma, to support that, to support the formation of a trust so that we can make this happen. And I just want to read something quickly. If you bear with me, I have another 20 seconds. This publicly owned land has historically served the developmentally disabled. We have a responsibility to preserve this legacy by continuing to serve the disadvantaged communities. Any housing built on the property should be affordable, not just the 25%. The current planning process was undermined by these constraints, and we need to find the creative financing.
Thank you, Mr. Newhauser. Thank you so much. Next, please.
Hi, Eris Weaver with the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. I'll be brief because I actually have a meeting with Mr. O and Director Wick and some others up at the county tomorrow to discuss this more in detail. While I have my own personal opinions about many aspects of the whole project, one of them will be bold. I don't see anything bold in it, but in my role with the Bicycle Coalition, my interest is always to look at whatever happens on the site. Do any of these plans? Does it get more people on bikes? Does it get people out of cars and on bikes? And is it set up for that? I have seen some sort of vagueness and some contradictory stuff within the plan. I spent all day yesterday going through every page and all the maps of the plan, and I rode all over the site today on my bike. it's important to me that, again, as people have concerns about transportation and adding more traffic, that whatever happens on that site gets people out of cars, meets our greenhouse gas reduction goals. And so I will be meeting with the planners tomorrow to talk more about how to make that happen with any possible alternative.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver. Do I have anyone else who would like to come to the podium?
Good evening, everyone. Could I take this mask off for just a moment while I'm present, or is that, would that? Okay, I'll leave it on. My name is Jim. No, I respect that. Thank you. My name is Jim Price. I live in the Springs, and I've just recently become engaged in this issue. I've lived here since 2008 when my late wife Pam and I moved here. I am currently a lover of SDC in terms of a natural resource, which I hike there all the time. I have actually two big asks of you. And the big ask is time. The regulation, that we're all operating on, that outlined the rules, said that there was an expectation that we would be able to complete this in 3 years. Obviously, this thing is now like a train run away. And I support the Sonoma Ecology Center and the Sonoma Land Trust and their calls, to put a pause button on this so we can reassess and re-engage the community. Doing this during the time of COVID is ridiculous. The ways that we have been communicating with each other through Zoom has not been effective. And I'm just meeting some people here tonight, the first time in person. I've seen them in emails and everything, but there's a dynamic here, that we need to come together as a community. And really, and I do believe, the one thing I do see is that there's some amazing people in this community, and they have some amazing insights. And my second big ask is I don't think that we're going to get what we want as a community, as a vision, with having the planning department be the arbiter of what's going to happen there. We all know that whatever happens, once you allow the planning department to zone this commercial and it gets into private enterprise, they will be able to move for exceptions. So whatever vision we have is going to meet the death by 1,000 cuts. And so please, I implore you, to allow the Sonoma Land Trust, to allow the Ecology Center, to allow the Glen Ellen Forum and others who are well educated on this to come together, level set, and the idea of the trust is what will allow this to happen without having our fates resting in the hands of a planning commission who has shown us, I'm sorry, Brian, but this has been a failure.
Thank you,
And we need
Mr.
to
Price.
recognize that.
Thank you so much for your time. Do I have anyone else who would like to step to the podium?
Thank you. My name is Bean Anderson. I live in Glen Ellen. I wasn't going to talk tonight, but I thought I really appreciated, one, that several of you showed interest in this process, not because it was all about the town of Sonoma, but it matters a lot for the whole valley, and I really appreciate that interest. So I'm a longtime engineer and engineering manager, and I like to put numbers on things. So I never really understood what affordable housing meant. And so finally I looked it up to see what the numbers are. The median income for Glen Ellen is $135,000 a year. Affordability starts at $108,000, therefore. If you make under $108,000, you can't afford affordable housing. That's about $55 to $56 an hour. I doubt that any of those jobs on the campus that are proposed pay that level. So my guess is none of those jobs, none of those people could afford to live there. And I don't think it's likely that it's going to help our affordable housing need. So that's one number. The other number is in the longer report that I'm sure you've all seen, talking about the traffic issues. And the commute traffic in their numbers went from a level of service down to a level of service F, the worst, which is basically stop and go crawling traffic at normal commute hours that go from SDC and south to Sonoma. So that's already about walking pace. In an evacuation, it's going to be a lot worse. And unfortunately, if you remember, in the fire in 2017, it was moving faster than firefighters could keep up with it. So they were running. And if we try to evacuate, we'll all be running and people will die. I think this is just unconscionable. Anyway, those are some numbers that come to my mind. But I'm also very much in favor of a trust, because it's a separate body that can supervise and manage and correctly achieve the goals we'd really like to have and find creative ways to do it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Hi, my name is Claire Amkraut, and I also appreciate the council taking an interest in this project. I just wanted to point out that we are in a mega drought, and the issues of water are really different than they were even when this project was kicked off. We're being asked to conserve water even now, and the groundwater issues are really serious in the Sonoma Valley. And I think adding this many people to our region is going to be problematic. The other thing, just to kind of, from what we've heard tonight, we've heard a lot of concern about the three alternatives. We need more time, and I also would request that the City Council do what they can to help us get more time. I think we can do it, but we need the time to be able to create a fourth alternative, look at a trust. Whatever you can do to help is much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anthrop. Do I have anyone else who would like to speak? Step to the podium.
Madam Mayor, we have David Eicher on Zoom.
Thank you.
Hi, yes, David Eicher. And I agree with the other public comments tonight, so I'm not going to repeat all that, except for a couple of things here I want to really bring out. So it's become clear that the best interests and wishes of the Sonoma Valley community are giving only a minimal consideration during the process by the county to develop the specific plan. The main answer that we get is because the development has to be financially feasible. Besides the state surplus as identified by Councilmember Barnett, the state and the county should use some of the federal infrastructure bill to pay for the infrastructure improvements. I've reached out to the state senators and the assembly member about this, but haven't heard back from them. So hopefully we can get money from the state and the county so that we don't have to have such a large development. Another flaw of the alternatives is it calls for 25% affordable housing, but does not specify which income level. That's specified in the alternatives. Family, since it doesn't specify it, that means families earning a moderate income level, which is 120% of AMI, would qualify. 120% AMI for a family of 4 in Sonoma County is $124,000. Affordable housing rents for the moderate income level are very close to market rate. And we've seen because of the inclusionary housing in the city of Sonoma that was being developed was mostly at the moderate income level, not at lower levels. The city of Sonoma did update its inclusionary requirements, if you remember, so that the various income levels were specified. For example, for rentals, it had to be at least 5% at the extreme low, and 10% at the very low, and 10% at the low income level. So the specific plan must include these lower levels as well, not just say affordable housing, and getting all moderate income level. And also, it should be more of 100% affordable housing, or at least 75%, 25, maybe 25% market rate. We don't want these places being sold to people using as second homes. They need to be the deed restricted affordable housing to make sure that people that need them, they're going to be, that work in the valley, that come from out of the valley, can afford to buy them. And it's the timing, as for comments from City Council, Brian O. Had one of his charts show that the Board of Supervisors meeting is in January. So it sounds like it's best to provide the feedback to the county before that. So whatever, if you decide to comment, which I hope you do, please don't take too long. I think it's best to get back. And lastly, since I have a little bit more time, just want to thank Brian O. I think he's been extremely gracious in all this, and it's taken a lot of heat, which is really not his to take. It's not, he didn't not cause this. He's dealing with the hand he's dealt. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Iker.
Next, we have Josette Bros Iker.
Hi, the other Iker here, Josette Bros Iker. I only have 3 minutes, so I'll try to get through this quick. I sent a couple of emails outlining my dissatisfaction with the 3 alternatives presented and what I feel is a less than honest effort to engage the community over the last 2 years. I have also referred to excellent ideas put forth by Eldridge for All, Sonoma Ecology Center, and Sonoma Land Trust, so I will not recap those tonight, but hope you will all read and explore. Too often we justify business as usual and fail to see ideas outside of our past experiences. That way of thinking has led us to a tipping point for our planet, yet I still hear justification for business as usual. While SDC may be a tiny slice of our planet, we have an opportunity to do this right, and in doing so, we can set an example for others to follow. While the City Council is not the decision maker here, thank you for your interest, and you can be a voice for change, a voice for real change. Very telling in reading the Q&A on the specific plan's website is a description of the planned hotel as boutique. This is what I call spin and labeling to sell something and not stating what is reality. An 80 to 130 room hotel is not boutique, just as 75% market rate housing is not affordable housing. The county should be asking the state for funds for cleanup and infrastructure and looking to federal funds that are meant for projects like SDC. We should not be tied to business as usual, resort for tourists, and market rate housing to pay for all development. Affordable housing, well-paying jobs, environmental protection, and innovative green building and infrastructure are all possible if we start thinking outside the box. A well-attended community workshop would be ideal, but the county has closed the input for specific plan on November 28th. An ad hoc committee would be your next best choice. You could watch the workshop from November 13 and the Springs MAC, North Valley MAC, SVCAC meeting from November 17th. Both of these meetings would give you a very, very clear picture of what the community has said and about the specific plan and help you in your decision. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Josette. Do I have anyone else? No one else. At this point, we're going, no one is here, closing public comment.
I think for staff recommendation, it was schedule a special study session workshop to have a more focused discussion. I think in terms of timing, maybe that's something we could talk about briefly. It looks like, I think Brian or Mr. O may have said that the Board of Supervisors meets the end of January, I think they meet January 25th is their meeting. So under our timing, if the council thought it wanted to schedule a special workshop or study session and not have one in December, we would look at the second week of January. Then the council has a meeting on January 19th where it could officially adopt whatever comments and submit prior to the Board of Supervisors meeting on January 25th. I think that's kind of the staff thinking in terms of when you would have a special study session or community workshop really to receive more community input. And the thought pattern being, when you get your community input, then based on that, council will be able to formulate an official position on the different policies, and then you consider that at their actual meeting on the 19th for distribution to the county prior to their meeting. But in essence, that was the staff recommendation. Although you do have regular meetings scheduled for December 15th and January, well, that's your January 19th meeting. You could obviously do it on the 15th too if you wanted to. If you wanted to provide comments this evening and then also do more comments on the 15th,
So
that's
do
a
you feel
possibility.
December 15th is like striking when the iron is hot rather than waiting, or?
It's really up to the council if you believe. So, for example, if the council actually wanted to provide some comments tonight, we could do that. What I would suggest is it's not agendized that way, but what we would do is we would take your comments, formulate it into a staff report for the 15th, and on the 15th, then you can get more public comment and then give us more direction to draft up comments to submit to the county.
Okay, thank you. Well, I have a, or Mr. O. Did I say her name right? I'm sorry. So I love to say the words traffic model because I feel like I'm so smart. And someone brought it up, and I apologize who brought that up. But I want to know the traffic model, is that as it is now or the projection of a traffic model?
I can give you just a sort of general answer. So we use the SCTA, the Sonoma County Transportation Authority model, which does project out. And so that is sort of taking into consideration, the development pipeline. It's the model. We actually, rather than have the consultant run the model, we employed our SCTA staff to do the actual work.
Okay. So did you say it's projected out? Is that what you're offering? Okay.
Correct.
All right. Depending upon what avenue is taken developmentally through the, with the construction or addition of housing, all of those things, different scenarios, is that what you might be suggesting as well?
Correct. So each of the local jurisdictions, every year we submit our project pipeline, and that is a major component that feeds into the traffic model.
All right. Thank you so much. So before, thank you, Mr. O.
Welcome.
Everybody starts with comments. First of all, I said I would like to thank everybody who's come here this evening, who's been on Zoom to comment on this. You look very normal. You're not cross-eyed. Everything's cool. But it's hard. You're doing hard work. So I just want to congratulate you and the hard work that you're doing. Everyone that has come here, I've been impressed by Mr. Brigode from Habitat for Humanity, and of course Josette and David Eicher and Caitlin Cornwall from Sonoma Valley Collaborative. I'm very impressed by all those people who have come here and you as well. So I will turn this over to the City Council. This is big. This is probably the biggest thing that will ever affect this whole region. I'm appreciative that, Sandra, you have been attending these meetings. As I said, I attended them for a while, 40, 50 people, everybody was treasured. So I leave it up to you all who are the leaders in this. So, at this point, I have no questions, so I'd like to ask the council any comments or questions, or comments, I guess, and what you feel that we should be moving forward.
I'm sorry to go first again, if you don't mind.
No,
Madam
I
Mayor.
don't. I yield to
Okay.
you. You're the only one I know that's.
And I hear the timeline from the city manager, and I have to say that I'm so anxious to get going on this that it's hard for me to want to do this, to have another study session. because I have listened to a lot, and maybe that's just my perspective, but it's been going on for a couple years now, and we have some proposals in front of us, and I echo the sentiments of many of the people who spoke today in that they're not acceptable, in my mind, to the future of that gorgeous property, and that it means so much to me that this is my number one thing when if you read the article in the paper, it's like, and it's not in the city. It doesn't matter. It's the most, as you said, Madam Mayor, it is the most important thing we'll do in Sonoma County in our generation is to create something on this property. And to that end, I want to commit myself to all the resources I can possibly pull in to try to make it work. I'm very much disappointed at the use of the hotel as a monetizing portion of the property. First of all, it's not even that great a monetizing venture. It just isn't. I mean, there are much more profitable ventures out there that have a very low impact on the environment, but have a very high impact on the economy. And we can't take a place that once was the greatest employer in the area, providing livable wages, benefits, and retirement, and supplement it with hospitality industry jobs that do none of those things and exacerbate our traffic problems, our housing problems, and and God bless the people in those industries, and I struggle for them, and I represent them, and I want them to do well, and I'm not against hotels or any of that. It's just the wrong thing for that place. And I think we have to say that. We're the only municipality, elected people in this valley that sort of deal with these issues, and I think that the Board of Supervisors needs to hear from us loud and clear that not only are we not happy with that proposal, but that we are committed to help make the proposal better. Because it's so easy to throw stones at something. It's so hard to take those stones and build something. And I would like to be part of the building and the future of the Sonoma Developmental Center. And I use this word a lot when I talk about it, and that is the word worthy. What goes there must be worthy of what happened before. Those people who were the clients, those people who were the caretakers, those people who cleared those trails deserve the beauty and the continuation of that effort. That place was given to us by the state of California to deal with the most fragile people in our state. And we can't turn that over to what did someone call it? A boutique hotel. That is not worthy of the memories of those people or worthy of our state. It means that much to me. People have told me the story of their brothers and sisters and cousins who lived and died in that place. Let's not forget them. They were their relatives. And those people that dealt with them and helped them and cleaned them, they were the true heroes of that area. All of that being said, we have to put something there that makes some money. I'm a realistic person, but I think we can do that. I look at what happened to the transformation of the Presidio, of Treasure Island, of the Bayview Hunters Point area. I see every single day the ability to transform. And while I agree with the brother that mentioned the keeping it public, nothing would please me more. I'm a public person like that. But you know what? We have to be practical, and perhaps we can find something that meets our needs. So to that end, my ask would be, I would love to see if there's any consensus on the part of my colleagues here to send a message that we keep working on what that economic generator is, and that it's not a hotel. Continue to work with, with everyone, including Mr. O and all of the people, and see if we can, twist some money out of the states and feds. I've done it before. I'm not saying I'm going to be successful, but you know what? I'm willing to try, and I can be very persistent. So I want to just close by saying thank you for the indulgence. I feel very passionate, obviously, about this issue, and not always am I so inclined. But it means a lot to see the Glen Ellen community here and to feel as one community in Sonoma Valley, and to be able to sit here in the city of Sonoma and say we care about everyone in this valley and we're going to do our best to make the best plans for everyone. So that being said, I would like to respectfully not wait too much longer to be able to write a letter to the Board of Supervisors asking that we roll up our sleeves and see if we can help them create really Plan A, because I think these plans should be X, Y, Z. To plan something that we can all agree on. And I know we're not going to agree on everything. I know that. But I think we should try. And I don't think we should wait, because that date is just looming. Anyway, that's my speech.
Mr. Barnett?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you also, Councilperson Lowe.
You can call me Councilwoman. My pronouns are she, her, ella.
Okay, well, I will go with Councilwoman Lowe.
There you go.
Thank you. I was inspired by what you just said. I agree with most of what you just said. As I mentioned earlier, I'm on the Sonoma Developmental Center Planning Advisory Team, and I've served on that for the last 2 years. And so I have had an opportunity to be part of this process with Permit Sonoma and the consultant team. And one of the reasons why I wanted to serve on that advisory team, and when I was appointed to it, I was just on the Planning Commission, was because I think you could make a case that I'm here in Sonoma because of the Sonoma Developmental Center. My great aunt, my great grandmother, they were Irish immigrants in San Francisco. And my grandfather, who was born in 1904, his youngest sister, had some challenges, and they brought her up to what was at the time called the Sonoma State Home. And that family came up via ferry and train, this was back in the 1910s. And their constant visits to the at the time Sonoma State Home, they fell in love with the Sonoma Valley and eventually moved up here in the 1940s. And so we've heard from many people in our community how important the Sonoma Developmental Center has been for our valley for generations, and I would argue that I'm here because of it. A lot of people say it's a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and I would agree. I would almost say it's a once-in-a-century, once-in-a-multi-generational opportunity, and so we do have to get it right. And as Councilwoman Lowe earlier said, and as people from the audience have said, obviously this is not in the city of Sonoma. We really have no authority over this, but the Sonoma Valley, in my view, is one community. It's one reason why one of our council priorities this year is to discuss valley-wide governance. And what happens at the Sonoma Developmental Center will impact the city of Sonoma, and we're all one town, we're all one people, we all go to the same schools. And so I do think this is a very appropriate forum to continue to discuss these issues. So, in my view, two things can be true, and this might be a little interesting, but stay with me. I personally think Permit Sonoma, and especially Brian O. and everyone at Permit Sonoma and the consultant team has done an excellent job. They have, in my view, performed what they were asked to do very well. But the state asked them to come up with a plan that was financially feasible, that forced a potential developer or a potential entity that would acquire this property to right off the bat spend over $100 million in infrastructure and historic rehabilitation. And that is very difficult. And so they did, in my view, what they were asked to do. And so if you have a problem with these alternatives, which I could completely agree I agree with most everyone that spoke today from the audience. I really liked what Councilwoman Lowe had to say. In my view, the issue is not with Permanent Sonoma and is not with the consultant team. It is with the state. The state of California, who, as we discussed earlier, has a $30 billion surplus, wants to get this land off their books, and they want to find somebody to take on all the liabilities. And in order to do that, to make something financially feasible and attractive to someone where they're going to want to acquire that, you are going to have types of land uses that may not be appropriate, and scale and mass. And so the question isn't whether these alternative, I mean, they're sort of two separate issues here. And so really, in my view, the issue is with the state. I really like this idea of the Eldridge Trust, as Councilwoman Lowe discussed earlier. I think the Presidio Trust is a great model. I think everyone loves the Presidio, and I think what has happened there over the last 25 years serves as a template and a model and inspiration for what could happen at the Sonoma Developmental Center. But at the Presidio, and I'm just reading this from Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi's website, it says, when the Army closed the Presidio of San Francisco, Congresswoman Pelosi led the fight to preserve the Presidio for the people of San Francisco against those planning to sell off this treasured asset to the highest bidder. After years of work, Congresswoman Pelosi passed a law creating the Presidio Trust, a public-private partnership with the goals of preserving the essence of a national park and providing a cost-effective structure for the taxpayer. But here's the important part. Pelosi secured nearly $400 million in federal funding for the transition and environmental remediation under the Presidio Trust Act. And under the Presidio Trust Act, Pelosi secured an additional $326 million in federal funds directly to the Presidio Trust. And so with this giant state surplus, with, in my view, this sort of once-in-a-generation, once-in-a-century opportunity to transform the Sonoma Developmental Center, I guess my question is, who is our Nancy Pelosi going to be? Because we do need a champion to go after those funds, because the only way, in my view, to create that Eldridge Trust, which I think is a fantastic idea, we are going to have to find the money and the funds to pay for it. And so as a member of the City Council, I would certainly support any effort to support looking for those funds and finding a champion, whether in our state legislature or Congress, to secure the funds that I think we need to bring that, to execute that vision. So, thank you.
Elder, do you have anything you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, but it's probably been said by Councilmember Barnett.
Yeah, that's true.
No, but, in all seriousness, just sitting back and listening to this and hearing all the discussion on what's right and what's wrong, I think that the state has put us into a very difficult position, and I think we need to revisit the constraints that they've imposed upon us. On the one hand, the state has come down with significant housing mandates that they've imposed on the cities and the areas in this state, and yet they have not really stepped up to the rest of the challenge. They have in the SDC property a unique opportunity to do something worthwhile, to create affordable housing, to create an environment that they're trying to achieve with all the mandates that they've been imposing on us. And yet they haven't stepped up to produce the financial backing that is required to get this thing done. To ask the county to come up with an economically feasible plan is, to me, ludicrous, when the state has the money to do it and the state has the ability to follow through with the mandates that they've imposed on us, and yet they sit back and say, well, get it done. I don't buy that. I think we need to revisit the constraints we're living under, get it changed, whether it's changed through a trust or it's changed through state and federal support. That's the only way we're going to produce something that is worthy of what we should see on this site. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. O, your professional presentation and answering our questions. And I want to say this is just like the courtesy information and for us, for the city of the Sonoma. And they provide the 3 options. Please choose one of them. Basically, we cannot accept either one. So, but they stand showing, oh, this is the voice of the people. So I want to suggest later on, we will not choose anyone because this is not represented what we expect. So it reminds me, in this world, still is the money talk, landlord talks, right? So the state, they order this, they can do this, they can do this. They treated us, for us, a little bit far away, just 10 miles and 50 miles away from Glen Allen, but you guys, just, you're the neighbors. How they treat your neighbors? This is definitely damaging my American dream. When I don't know American democracy is not like this way. So maybe if I want to look at today's situation, 30 years ago, maybe I will not make the decision, move to America. And also, we are also in the practical. So we shouldn't choose what we, think is the better. It's not perfect, but it is the better. So that we still need to try our best. Our voice, although it's very weak, but try to be getting the better. That is the only thing we can do. So because on the agenda, said, we need to choose either one. I don't think we can do this, but we still need to keep our workshop and the feedback, the channel, and completely and free and accessible, and just to help the state and the county do a little bit better. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, I guess I'm the last one here. As I've said, you're the people. You're the people that are driving this. And Kelso, I apologize. I never recognized that you were serving on that committee as well. And Sandra, thank you. But we have experts here. Jack here is a person who wants to raise money, and he has gotten our city manager to change the philosophy of our slow Noma thing, and we appreciate that. He raised money from 10 to 50,000 till we can get a consultant who can actually give money to us and not the trickle down that we pray for all the time. So I appreciate that, Jack. And Bob, of course, you come from the Planning Commission. You're one of the renowned planning commissioners here, so I really appreciate that. But with the work that you have all done, I've been there. I will tell you, this is the biggest thing that can happen to the city of Sonoma, to all of you, to our region. And I praise, as someone said, Brian, Kelso said, Brian, that you are working and have a charge, and you're doing it. So somehow the people have to be in the middle of this to be able to change the course. I do really like the idea of the trust, and I think Kelso gave us the proof with the speaker, Nancy Pelosi, how she did that with the Presidio. And I'm just really proud that we're here this moment because it's historical. So I'm really pleased about that. So, whatever is suggested, I really like the idea of the trust. Don't know what the possibilities of that being able to happen, but I think it's something that would really balance out what's being done and put the money where it should be. So thank you. So our city manager, where do you see what we're suggesting to you?
Well, it sounds like to me that the council would rather sooner rather than later, which would then mean your next council meeting December 15th. That's what it sounds like to me. And at the December 15th meeting, again, that'd be another opportunity to receive public comment. And then at that time, then the council, we could make it so the council could provide formal feedback to include in whatever correspondence you'd like to submit to the county. One question for the council is, would you like us to ask the county staff again to participate or make a presentation, or just participate to listen to the comments?
I think they should be here to answer questions, and I want to thank Mr. O for answering the questions. And I know I was a tough character tonight, and I'm really nice, but I had hard questions, and thank you for your very professional responses. But I think that it is helpful to have him here because there are technical questions that we might, but I don't think we need another presentation.
Okay, so we'll call it a workshop. What we could do is within the meeting, we could have a workshop, or we could do it before, or would you prefer just at 6 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay, so keep it 6.
6 is fine.
We could structure it so it's a workshop. I'll have to ask Mr. O, or if a rep from the county is willing to participate, because we need someone from that county to
I
answer
know.
questions.
I'll be nicer, I promise.
If that's a possibility, then we could do that. Then what we could do on the regular agenda, have an item for the council then to take an action to submit comments to the county. So you have your workshop, get your community feedback, you can answer questions. Then when we go into the regular agenda, you'll have an item in which then you could take formal action to send comments. So we could do that on the 15th. That sounds like that's
Sounds
the
great,
preference.
so we're moving forward out
Right,
of
it
this.
sounds like that's the
Okay,
preference of the council.
If I may ask a question through the chair, Madam Mayor, would it be appropriate, since I do have a couple meetings set up, to just continue to, look for resources and so forth, perhaps to bring to the discussion on the 15th? I don't want to do anything that would be untoward, as far as my fellow council members are concerned. Is everybody okay with that? Would that be all right?
Yeah, I think at a workshop you can come with whatever resources.
Okay,
But I
so-
think it's great you're letting the council know you may
Right.
do
I
that.
just don't want to, as I said,
Yeah, I mean-
my patience is kind of not good lately. So I want to do something. And I have meetings scheduled on Friday, and I don't want to cancel them.
It's the mask.
It is. It's the whole thing.
Well, yeah, maybe you can come to the next meeting with a couple $100 million from
You know what?
your friends and
If
the
I
state.
do, I'll also,
Yeah.
believe me. Let's try, right?
Thank you. So we're
No, seriously.
thank you. That sounds like
Let's
kumbaya to me. So I'm really excited. Thank you. Thank you all for coming.
Thank
You made
you.
your point,
Thank you.
and I think we share your, how you feel. So I appreciate your being
Right.
here.
And then if we can thank Mr. O again
Oh,
for
absolutely,
attending.
Brian. Thank you. I see you at SCTA. You're a valued part of all of that. So thank you. And for the people on Zoom, thank you so much for weighing in. And I think that, so at this point, I think I'd like to take a break because we have to go. I need some information. The Tuesday night market, will that take a long time? Can we do that and then take a break and go back to the SOS? Is that all right?
Sure, if
You
the
all-
council's willing to do that.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, we'll continue on then to 6.2.
We're not taking a break.
Oh, wait. So you want to so in other words, you want to say hold off on the 5-minute break?
No, oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, how about it was a little confusing. Okay, so it sounds like you'd like to move forward with,
Yeah,
Sure.
are you all okay to do
and then
the
take a break.
market?
Perfect.
I trust anything you say, Lisa. I know she'll move us through this.
That's great. That would help Lisa, so she doesn't have to stay a
Thank
whole lot
you.
longer.
And
Okay,
then we'll take a break.
item 6.3.
Thanks, Brian.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? All right. So, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Tonight, we are requesting that City Council adopts a resolution approving the conditions of operations of the 2022 Tuesday night evening market season. The market operations team, comprised of myself, Mark Bodenhammer from the Chamber of Commerce, and our independent contractor, Jerry Wheeler, are looking forward to the 2022 market. 2022 2022 market season and are eager to start working on next year's farmers market. We plan to build on the success of the 2021 market. Included in your meeting packet is a wrap-up of the 2021 market season. I'm not going to go back and review everything, but I do kind of hit on some of the points in my presentation here. The 2021 market season had its challenges. 6 weeks into the season, the State of California's Public Health Department relaxed the restrictions on outdoor events on June 15th. And we were ready to go with the transition. If you all remember right, 2021, we started off with a very modified market with mostly farmers, a few artisans, and a handful of packaged food vendors. And then all of a sudden, we got this notification that we could go back into our community event. And we acted quickly, brought the music back, and brought back some of our prepared food vendors. And we were really excited to be able to do that. And I think the community appreciated that opportunity to have the music back and the entertainment with the markets. So we will continue to monitor the public health requirements moving forward into 2022, and we'll continue to implement any new restrictions as necessary. We don't have a crystal ball, but we're expecting to continue to be in an open to see a continuation of special events, outdoor special events, with very few restrictions. So in 2022, we will adhere to the policy goals and conditions that are included in your packet as Exhibit A of your packet. It is a red line document that I have gone through and just updated. It's really the 2020 goals that were approved back in, I think it was December of 2020, or 2019. So there's very few modifications, but I'd like to just highlight a few of them that are kind of changed. We updated the status of the creation of the vendor rules. Those were done back in 2020, and then again updated in February of 2021. Other changes that you'll notice is additional hours of security. This year, we are increasing our hours of security for the market in an attempt to hopefully persuade the individuals that like to hang out at the Casa Grande parking lot after the market to kind of carry on and move along after the market. So we are extending those hours until 10 o'clock each Tuesday night. And, you know, it was an additional cost, but we felt that that was something that we should bear in our budget. So we did remove the code enforcement requirement from the goals and the conditions of operations. It was really difficult to implement in 2021. We have a really reduced resources in our code enforcement department, and they work pretty much set hours, and anything over the 5 o'clock period of time becomes a little bit more of a hurdle to overcome as far as getting staffing there. So in addition, we did include a new policy moving forward with beer and wine stall fees and beer and wine vendors. So we are proposing to increase the stall fees for the beer and wine vendors by 10%. So in the past it was 10% of total gross profits, and we're looking to move that up to 20%. It's one of the most profitable vendors at our market, and with it comes a lot of additional expenses that we incur. So we kind of felt that that was kind of a fair thing to do, kind of burden them a little bit more to help pay for those additional costs in security and enforcement. So new to the 2020 market season, just to highlight a couple things, we will be moving back to maximizing the footprint of the market. We're looking to doing that in 3 different ways. One, we are looking to increase some healthier choices in our prepared food options, still trying to maintain that fine balance of kind of more food that you can eat with your hands versus having to utilize forks and spoons and plates and so forth. So I'm still trying to take the consideration of trash into our decision-making process as we look at vendors. So that's one. The other one we're looking to do is we're trying to really actively recruit some packaged food vendors. So in our packaged food vendor category, we have typically, spices, honey, meats, eggs. Those are actually agricultural vendors, but we're looking to kind of bring up some of those other vendors that you see at your other typical farmers markets. So we're going to actively kind of pursue them this next season and try to get them to come to our market and participate. And then we will be increasing the artisan booths as well this year and trying to get a wider breadth of items for purchase. So last year we had a lot of jewelry, so we're kind of looking to include the number of booths that you're going to see at the market in 2022. Our goal is to double the EBT match to $20 this year, taking it from 10 to 20. This is a real big benefit. It benefits not only the farmers because people spend more money with them, but it also goes back to helping those individuals that really do need the most help in our community. So we thought that that was a really great idea. And there's actually some grant money out there, and we're going to be trying to apply for some grant to help subsidize that program. We're going to continue to build on the success of our emergency preparedness event that we co-located in September. September is typically emergency preparedness month. This last year we had a breathe event. I should say this year we had a breathe event, and we'll look to kind of expand on that and maybe even add more events the month of September to coincide with emergency preparedness and education for our community. See what other items. Oh, we have some key messaging that we'll be focusing on in 2022 with the marketing of the event. Very simple. Pack it in, pack it out, bring reusable utensils, plates, and cups, dispose of waste responsibly. We're hoping to work with our waste hauler and getting some educational programs at the market and really try to help even with the compostable situation. So, and the new requirements on composting. So, and that will be included in our marketing. We're also going to be really trying to actively educate on those, like Eris mentioned earlier, we do have bicycle parking in the plaza. Unfortunately, a lot of people can't recognize it. So kind of working on getting that on our farmers market page, putting it in our social media posts, and really encouraging people to ride to the market. And then I think last but not least, we will be enforcing the ban on single-use plastics. We kind of relaxed that in 2021, and we will be definitely enforcing the ban of single-use plastics at the 2022 market, including the use of plastic bags. So we'll be creating a cloth bag or a netted bag. And it will be available for a very small fee, but at least that will reduce all of those plastic bags that you see at the market. And we are also requiring our partner to allow us to do a sponsorship of, I actually have my cup, but a reusable cup. If you're going to be coming to the market and purchasing wine, you'll be required to buy a reusable cup. So, and there'll be a sponsorship for that. Let's see. So also included in your packet are two budgets, one for the 2021 market season. It's kind of a wrap up. I just do want to note that the 2021 budget doesn't reflect 100% of cost recovery. It doesn't include all of the staff hours that went into the multiple reiterations of the market. We started with one market, we ended up with a very different market by the end of the year. And that there was an actual error in the staff wages that were reflected in the 2021 market, but it was fixed in the 2022 budget. So you'll see that. The 2022 budget reflects the full cost recovery and a more accurate reflection of staff time. We are looking for permission to hire Jerry Wheeler as the market manager. She did a fabulous job this last year. She's really connected with the community. She understands the market, and she's made some amazing progress. And she will be taking over our goal is to have her take over the management of the market. So a lot of the things that I was doing this past year will be forwarded to her, and she'll take that and run with it. Let's see. The other things to note as far as the budget, if you're looking at it and going, gosh, it seems really different. We had 16 full markets, or the less modified markets. This year we're planning for 21 markets in total. That's kind of, it gives you the difference in the revenues as well as the increases in all the expenses, because it's costs more to do a bigger market. And we'll be actively, like I mentioned earlier, seeking sponsorship revenue. We have a program in place. I have identified entities that I think really should be sponsors of the market. It'll include the cup, it'll include the bag, the music sponsor, and looking for a clean energy sponsor to help us cover the cost of the music as well. So looking at some really refined sponsorship packages, and hopefully we can get additional revenue in sponsorships. And then the other big line item that changed this last year was we have budgeted to have sound at the market. This last year we didn't pay for any of the sound, and there were some inconsistencies in the sound on the music on the front lawn, and so there was a request made, and we tried to include that in the budget, and it's reflected in the numbers. And then last but not least, I do want to note that there is a requirement for an ALS ambulance to be on site for the market each night, and it has to be fully staffed, and it came to a cost of about $10,000. And our Sonoma Valley Fire District has waived those fees, and is just a really generous sponsor and community partner, and we're really appreciative of that. So issues that we continue to kind of face in 2021, the enforcement of the single-use plastics. It takes personnel to do that. It's not the easiest thing to do. The enforcement of the no dogs in the plaza seems to be just a continual battle.
I was going to say something so unconscionable. I will thank God. Thank you, God.
Say it, Madeline.
You got us all wondering now.
And then last but not least, one of my kind of pet peeves is just the proper disposal of trash and making sure that our community is acting responsibly. And I think that really does have to start with an education plan. So by approving the resolution that is in front of you, this will give us the opportunity to kind of move quicker, have more of a runway so that we can actually get some of these practices in place and have a successful market for next year. So this summarizes my staff report. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Sure. Do we have any questions?
Would you like to consider Sonoma Clean Power for your clean energy?
Absolutely.
I meet with the board tomorrow, and I'll bring it up in remarks and see if they'll
Perfect.
come on board.
That would be lovely. That is my vendor of choice.
Solutions.
Or sponsor of choice.
Solutions.
Couple questions. Thank you, Lisa. It was a great presentation. In terms of like the gross receipts, the vendor stall fee versus gross receipts, how do you determine what their gross receipts are? Is it just honor system?
It is an honor system. Very few vendors actually have a point of sale on site. It's a very much a cash business. We did from the 2019 market to the I would say it's been like a 3-year process to get to today, the future market rates. But we did see a big step increase back in 2019 when the city took over the management of the market for 2020. And I think it aligns, I think, better with the proceeds that they're making.
Great.
Yeah. So.
Also, I noticed in the projected expenses for 2022, there's plaza rent. Are we charging ourselves rent, or?
So if you look at the policy goals that were adopted in 2020, that was actually one of the goals that we wanted, is we wanted to be able to run a market and give back to our plaza so that we can reinvest in the plaza. And so yes, that is one of our goals, and it's double what was expected from the previous market operators. So.
Okay. And so that rent would it be sort of earmarked to be reinvested in the plaza, or does that just go to the general fund?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hopefully it could be reinvested in the plaza. And then my most important question, will there be zucchini races?
Yes. We've set the date. I think it's in the reports, August 16th. So absolutely.
Great.
And I will be looking for some judges for that event. So keep your schedules clear.
All right.
I just want to say thank you. You did a lot of things. People look at you first and then see the Sonoma. Yeah, I appreciate it. And mention about your POS, gross sales, also in the council just mentioned. But it looks like you are requiring the vendors to set up the POS system instead of the purely honest, how much you sell. How you can carry it out, that POS as a requirement?
So it's interesting. your farmers are pretty much not utilizing a POS system. Some of your larger food vendors, which it really does matter, that's when you start getting to the 10% of gross receipts, is when it's, you know, a tri-tips trolley or a bigger vendor. Those entities actually do use a POS system. So you can capture it on kind of the bigger ones. The small mom and pop prepared food vendors, it's a little more difficult. It's a lot of cash transactions. And, you know, it is the honor system, but we will try our best to make sure that they have them. They are checking a box that they understand that that's one of the requirements, and we will continue to try to move them in that direction.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I just concerned some of those that super honest, you know, the vendors. You know, if there's somebody, because this is a cash deal, it's really hard to trace up. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you.
So, just a quick question. Do you consider corn dogs healthy? Because I do. And I just wanted to make sure that we didn't get too crazy now.
No, I think the vendors that you saw this last year will continue. I'm hoping they will continue to want to participate in the market. The corn dog vendor is one of our most profitable vendors.
I was going to say,
so,
okay.
Every time I go to going anywhere.
Every time I go to the farmer's market, I always plan to do something healthy. And I do. I buy a corn dog, but I can't stop. Anyway, so thank you. This is great. Looking forward to it.
So I'll move on to any public comments.
I'll step aside.
Good evening, Fred Allebach, 19550 8th Street East. It was interesting that Lisa mentioned that the booze would go up to 20% of revenue to help pay for the farmers market. I just want to backtrack to 2014, where the city council made a resolution to support the county food action plan. And in that resolution, which you could probably find in your records, there's 4 or 5 bullet points, one of which is that the council supports access to healthy food at decent prices for everybody. So that was right in my first year in the CSEC, maybe 7 or 8 years ago. And so at that time, the CSEC had purview over the farmers market fee. So I thought, well, I'm going to get my hand on the steering wheel here, and we proposed to the farmers market manager, Bill Darden, and company that we would lower the fee by $1,000 if they would then plow that into EBT to support the food action plan. And I thought it was a great idea, but that then precipitated the farmers market meltdown, where it all became about the city party, and the whole thing about the food action plan was lost. So then the purview over the CSEC farmers market rate was taken away at that point and went to the city council. But I'd like to suggest that when Lisa said the EBT this year would be going from $10 to $20 match, that you raise the booze to 30% of the income of the farmers market, and then use that to pay for a $30 match for EBT. So that way you'd be supporting the food action plan that you resolved to support in 2014, and in a way it would be like hotels, but it would be booze. So you'd be using that to drive the price, pay for a social good like affordable housing.
Thank you, Mr. Allebach. Anyone else from the public? Seeing none, rise. Is anyone on Zoom?
No, Madam Mayor.
We're at the end of the race on this. So I think approving the resolution, I close the public comment. Approving the resolution takes care of it all. Okay, so that's what I'm looking for.
I move approval of the resolution.
Thank you. And
Second.
Second. May I have a roll call?
Councilmember Barnett.
Aye.
Councilmember Felder.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowe.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ding.
Aye.
Mayor Agrimonti.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so much. So I think at this point we're going to take a break. What I'd like
How's
to
your
do.
break?
Pardon?
you sure?
So I'd like to take a break, and we have two issues left. One, I'd like to hear SOS first, and then we can do mayor, vice mayor, if that's okay with everybody?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much, and we're heading.
Are you sure?
Yeah. It's like they've been beaten up. or something.
Make some statement because I'm the board member of the SOS.
Oh, but it was found that you can still.
Yes, but by requirement, I need to tell everybody I'm still can go with you, start this procedure.
All right, thank you.
On April the 30th, 2021, California State Fair Political Practice Commission sent our city attorney, Jeff Waters, a letter and stating, and Jack Dean, as a council member, has no any conflict of interest, and the provision exists prohibit me from making any government decision with the SOS nonprofit. That is it. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Madam Mayor, can we have a discussion about this?
About his.
His decision not to recuse.
Yeah. Well,
Not accused, yeah.
So you're deciding not to recuse, even though you're a board member of SOS. Could I entertain a discussion of that decision?
Well, yes, sure, but I think that FPPC found that.
So
What was the what was the background on this?
This is there was another issue that related to SOS that was coming potentially before the council in spring.
I just need to refresh my memory.
And so Vice Mayor Ding inquired as to the potential conflict, and we analyzed the issue, and we also, and Vice Mayor Ding also requested advice from the FPPC, and our office concurred with the FPPC, which is that there's no conflict of interest either under the Political Reform Act or under Government Code 1090. The only requirement that the Vice Mayor has is that he simply disclose before considering items related to SOS that he is a board member. He's an uncompensated board member on a nonprofit organization that's engaged in activities that support the functions of the city, which is providing services to unhoused individuals. And as a result, there's no financial interest because he's an uncompensated board member of a nonprofit, and there's no Government Code 1090 issue because there's a statutory non-interest under the Government Code for board members on such boards.
can you discuss Government Code 1090 more?
Government Code 1090 relates to the contracting decisions that a local government makes. So it prevents a member of the legislative body from entering into a contract in which that person has a personal financial interest. So, for example, if you own a paper company and you are on the board of the city of Sonoma, on the city council, you can't sell your paper. You can't approve a contract with your own company, essentially, to sell
Right.
paper to the company.
And so both the FPPC and Government Code 1090 are focused on financial conflict of interest.
Absolutely.
Is that the only basis for recusal?
There is a common law. There still exists a common law conflict of interest.
Which has to do with quasi-judicial decisions.
Often, yes.
would you say that what is before us tonight, which, you know, almost 2 years ago brought 300 people to a town hall and is a fairly, at some level, controversial topic, would you think this is a judicial decision or a legislative decision?
This is a legislative decision. It's entering into an MOU.
Okay.
Legislative decision.
Do you think, are you familiar with the Institute, let's see, what is this? The Institute for Local Government?
Yes.
So it's a California nonprofit that sort of offers advice to local governments on how to sort of, and
Yeah, I believe it's comprised of the League of California Cities and the California Special District Association.
right. So it says California statutes largely determine when public officials must disqualify themselves from participating in decisions, but the common law and some constitutional principles still require a public official to exercise his or her powers free from personal bias, including bias that have nothing to do with financial gains or losses. And so we have a proposal tonight before us that is offered by the executive director of a nonprofit who is governed by a board of directors that a council member hires the executive director. And so under the common law doctrine, an elected official has a fiduciary duty to exercise the powers of office for the benefit of the public and is not permitted to use those powers for the benefit of private interests. It should be noted the interest need not be financial.
Right. So, you know, there's no common law conflict of interest here because we're not talking about any council member's personal interests. We're talking about efforts that council members do uncompensated to try to provide services to indigent people. So I don't see any common law conflict here. Obviously, every council member can recuse themselves if they think that there's an appearance of bias and they would prefer not to have their decision on that matter heard. And that's for each individual council member to make. As the city attorney, that's not our position to take. Our position is to explain what the rules are, and there's no Political Reform Act issue. There's no 1090 issue, and I don't believe there's any common law issue that would prevent Vice Mayor Ding from voting on this matter.
Are we at risk of any liability?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to extend the memorandum of understanding with Sonoma Overnight Support for the implementation and operation of a safe parking program for December 1, 2021 to June 1, 2022. Our city manager.
Yes, as some background, you may recall for some of you, back in November 2019, the city approved a new MOU with SOS to operate what we referred to then as an updated version of the safe parking program in the police parking lot, which is just right over here. And the program included up to 10 total parking spaces that be available on a permit basis between the hours of 10 p.m. and 9 a.m. SOS will require participants to adhere to a set of rules and guidelines that were approved by the council. Now, basically, this current MOU is slated to expire December 1st, tonight, 2021, and SOS has requested an extension of the MOU to June 1st. SOS reports it has about 14 people living in 10 cars in the program, basically in the police parking lot on the average. We did attach data that SOS provided. The staff report has additional data. I think SOS has indicated after the staff report, at the council's pleasure, they would like to be able to make a brief presentation or comments related to their request, which I think may be helpful for the council just to hear directly from SOS after the staff report. Now, the rationale is this extension would get the program through the winter and spring, allow us some time for the city to review the program, come back to the council in spring. Now, if the council wants, we could actually come back sooner to the council with a review of the program. I think the thought pattern is the efforts have always been made to try to move that operation, safe parking program probably should be in a different location, although this is the only location that we have. Same with the operations of the Haven. I know SOS has been active in trying to find a location. It has been difficult, but I think that was the overall game plan. So really, what we're doing is we are recommending that we allow time for the program to be extended at least through the winter. They would like to be June 1st, and that we come back to the council with the report, if not by spring, at least in January, February, with a report of what are some options for future location for the safe parking program. So with that, that's pretty much the staff report, but I do believe Kathy King, if that council wishes to allow that, would like to make some comments before you discuss it and open it up to public comment.
Does anyone else have a comment before we begin?
I have a question for the city manager. In the MOU that was issued in 2019, it says 6 months after the issuance of this MOU. So if that was in November of 2019, that would be presumably April or May of 2020. A review of the program would be conducted. Did that occur?
I'm trying to, at the time, I think I did look that up. I'm not sure that actually occurred.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to check, but I could ask Rebecca, but I could ask the city clerk, but that doesn't help you right now. I'm not sure a review actually happened.
Okay. And then, would it be possible for the council to review any of the incident reports with law enforcement in the parking lot? That was not in our staff packet.
That's true. I do have that data. I thought rather than providing it in a vacuum, it would be important to make sure the chief could be in attendance to explain it, because the report just has things like security check, but that's a security check when PD is just coming by. It's unclear whether how many of the incidents could be related to the shelter operation and some just not related to it. And plus it includes the broader area. But with that, I can ask the chief to come back at your next meeting to make a report on that. We could provide that in a staff report, provide a narrative, and then the chief can come through and provide more details.
Okay, and then finally, have you done any outreach?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize, I think the chief's on the line.
Okay.
Oh, he's in Zoom. So I think Chief Rodriguez could comment then, if you like.
That would be fantastic. And then my final question is, did you have any outreach with the Field of Dreams organizations or any of the sports organizations? And do you know when children are slated to go back to use those fields?
So the specifics I have, and I just got some information prior to the meeting.
Uh-huh.
So my understanding is softball season starts typically the middle of March, the second week of March.
Uh-huh.
It sounds like they start practices in February. I don't know if they use all the fields for that. It sounds like when they start playing in the second week of March, they use 3 of the 5 fields.
Mm-hmm.
February, it sounds like perhaps high school baseball starts practicing, maybe JVs, maybe if JV for sure. It sounds like freshmen just depend on if there's enough people for a freshman team. And it sounded like maybe some pitching in January for softball and maybe some practices in February.
Okay, so February, March, basically.
February, March. It sounds like the season actually starts second week of March.
Okay, thank you.
Where are we now? Okay. Okay. No one else has anything they'd like to say? No. Okay, I guess we'll go. Where were you talking about, Kathy?
I think what we can do is perhaps let Kathy King make some comments, and if you like, Chief Rodriguez is available by Zoom to perhaps answer Councilmember Barnett's question.
Oh, Kathy King, thank you.
Hello, am I on now? Can people hear me or see me?
Hear you.
You can hear me? Can you see me?
No.
We can see a logo, SOS logo.
You don't see me? Okay. I'm not sure what's happening, but I will prevail here and talk. Hi, Kathy King here. I want to make a statement. And I'm saying, they're saying I'm not a panelist, so I don't understand now what's happening.
We can hear you.
So this is how I'll make the presentation, correct?
Yes.
So it's a
Okay,
way to improve.
so I'll just do a little backtrack. SOS has been,
Come on.
SOS has been serving the homeless and the hungry since 2003.
Kathy, wait a second. Kathy, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think we're trying to fix this.
Okay. I've been on since 6.
So Kathy, this is
Maybe.
scary.
Here we go. There you go. Hey, everybody. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Kathy King here, the Executive Director of Sonoma Overnight Support. I live in Moon Valley, and what I just wanted to do a little explanation of SOS has been serving the hungry and the homeless since 2003. And in 2007, the Haven was built and put on that property in the field of, next to the Field of Dreams in the parking lot. This year, we had 169 people that declared themselves to be homeless in the city of Sonoma. Homelessness has changed enormously since we started, and we've been trying to meet the needs of the homeless. Part of that is putting people in cars in the parking lot where they feel safe, and it has been effective. They have been able to move on to other permanent housing. They've also been able to use the facility, the porta potty, the laundry, the showers, and 67 people have declared that they live in their cars in the city of Sonoma. And that is the highest number we've ever seen. Today, we hit a milestone. We served the 50,000th meal at the Springs Hall. In 2019, we served 17,000. So homelessness is growing, and we are trying to meet the need in any way we can. Parking is a way to do that. The people in their cars usually have part-time jobs, they're with a partner, or they're with a dog, and they don't want to be in a shelter. And we want to keep them safe where they are. We have security from 10 o'clock at night till 6 o'clock in the morning. They are vetted, and the incidents that have happened have never been a safe parking client. They have been people that have been either exited from SOS programs or have been homeless and have been having issues on the parking lot, but they have never been a safe parking client. So I want to make that clear to everyone. And I'd be glad to answer any questions if you have them. And I think I'm going to ask Chief Orlando to give you the incident reports, because I think that would attest to that.
Chief Rodriguez, you can go ahead and speak whenever you're ready.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know I was on. Good evening, everyone. Chief Rodriguez, Sonoma Police Department. And I do have some stats here that start from January 1st of 2021 to October 31st, 2021. And just for the Fields of Dreams, these stats cover the times that deputies responded to incidents. So we have a total of 33 times that we responded to the Fields of Dreams in regards to issues of music, domestic disturbance, welfare check, or security checks. Out of the 33 times that we responded to the Fields of Dreams, 19 of those times our deputies self-initiated the response, meaning that they probably put themselves out at the Fields of Dreams and did a security check. So out of the 14, the remaining 14 calls were actually calls made by citizens and in regards to, like I said, suspicious persons, an animal complaint, or vandalism. Out of all these 33 calls for service, we only took one report, which involved one of Kathy King's. She hired a security company to patrol the area. This security officer caught somebody trespassing in the SOS building, where they basically told him to leave. They got into a struggle, and the person ran off. So the security officer reported that to the police department, and we took a report, and that's where it stands. So we had that one incident where we took a report. So that's just the Fields of Dreams. So the total of 33 calls for service, 14 of those calls made by the public, and 19 of those, the remaining 19 are from our deputies conducting security checks. And I'm open for questions if you have any.
Thank you. This is Kelso, Chief Rodriguez. Is the police station staffed at night? I mean, don't two deputies, from what I understand, two deputies sort of patrol Sonoma? Like, there aren't police on premises at night, correct?
Yes, there's two deputies at night throughout the graveyard shift, yes.
But they're not stationed at the police station. They're generally patrolling the city.
They're normally patrolling, yes,
Yes.
exactly. So they do security checks on and on, but if Kathy, I believe Kathy has a security officer in the parking lot at nighttime. So unless they're called to there, they will respond.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody else have a question for the chief? None. I'm seeing none, chief.
All right. Well, thank you for having me, Mayor.
Is that it? Chief Orlando Rodriguez? Thank you. Can we, I think,
I have a question for Kathy. Kathy, this is Kelso again. Can you tell me about your plan or what you've been working on in terms of, from what I understand from our city manager, you have been looking for other sites for safe parking and how that process is going?
We have a real estate agent that has looked, and we've looked at 8 different sites. We've made bids on 2. We've been refused 2, both in the Springs and in close proximity to Sonoma.
Okay, thank you.
And we continue to do that ongoing.
Have you had
for the real estate agent that is looking in our name?
Have you had any discussions with churches or other sort of potential
we
partner
have had
organizations?
a discussion with Sonoma Alliance Church. Actually, today they cannot do anything, and other churches because they have Zumba or daycare, and they're in not good shape because of the pandemic. They are not available for safe parking.
Okay, thank you.
any other questions from the council? None? Oh, no questions? I think we have your staff here, Kathy.
Yes.
Francisco and Dan. If you'll come to the come to the podium and introduce yourself. Thank you. And your position there?
Sure. Good evening, everybody. My name is Francisco Kilgore. I'm a 24-year resident of Sonoma and Associate Director of SOS. Thank you, council members, city staff, and members of the public for being here tonight. I recognize safe parking in the adjacent parking lot as an imperfect solution for our neighbors who are precariously housed. But for the 14 people who rely on safe parking as their nightly refuge, it is their only solution. As a city, we have a responsibility to serve all members of our community, including the least privileged. Safe parking is a responsible way to continue this service. All those who use SOS's safe parking services are vetted by SOS and continually monitored. Without the safety infrastructure and continued permitting, the parking lot will become an unmonitored public space. The individuals in question will not disappear. They will still remain a part of our community, and they will continue to need our services. Eliminating a place to safely park without offering another location will make their transition into permanent housing both more time-consuming and more difficult, prolonging their situation and adding significant challenges to their already precarious lives. The safe parking program is an essential part of keeping our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. Dan, would you like to share anything?
Sure.
My name is Daniel Kahn. I'm a resident of Sonoma. I'm the food program manager. And is there a way I could ask you guys questions?
Yeah.
Or put a question out there. What responsibility does the city have for homeless services? It seems that, I don't know. I agree with Francisco that without safe parking there, where's it going to go? It's going to stay there. And what happens when somebody pop opens a tent and calls it an encampment? I'm pretty sure that nothing can be done then, like legally. I'm pretty sure I've heard the police chief say in the past that there's nothing that he can do. So it seems, like he said, an imperfect solution to a problem. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. So, let's see, I know from, my, closing, was that public comment? Or no?
I think that's just part of the SOS presentation, but unless you have further questions, I suggest you go out for public comment and then have council discussion.
Oh, all right, are there people, okay, I'm opening up for public comment.
Good evening again, Fred Allbach, 19550 8th Street East. I'd like to support Kathy King and Francisco and the SOS facility there, and I think that it couldn't be that people who had safe parking would be turned out in the winter to a destination unknown. So I think that the 6 months extension really makes a lot of sense. And why did the Haven go there if they can't have facilities there? It seems like that I don't know how that could become a problem there to serve the folks here that need it, and the city put the facility there. So it seems like that that I would suggest just really trying to own this issue. Like Kathy said, it's an issue on the rise, and it wouldn't be right for Sonoma to externalize that someplace where you put people out on the side where they're farther away from any human contact or services. So I would hang on to SOS until you got a lock-safe place that's in the center of town and not out on the edge of town. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Allbach. Anyone else? Oh, do you have, I'm sorry. Pardon me.
Okay, I'm Judith Walsh. I live at 18953 Viewcrest Drive in Sonoma, and I'm a member of the SOS board. And I am basically echoing what Francisco and Dan said. The city does have an obligation to its homeless residents, and most of SOS clients do self-identify as Sonoma residents. And if the city doesn't, SOS is the operator who is doing the homeless services on behalf of the city. And if safe parking is ceases as a result of your actions, there are going to be 14 people who will be, during the winter, out in the cold with no other place to go except out on your streets, and it's and unmonitored, and the situation is just going to be worse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have anyone else who would like to step forward? Seeing no one. You have anyone on Zoom?
We do, Madam Mayor. We have Chief Rodriguez has his hand raised.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for having me. I just want to echo what the last person that spoke. I get a lot of complaints of people parking in the streets, park in front of the homes. And, and our CSO goes out there and he goes and marks vehicles for 72-hour parking because that's what the law requires. And if people don't have a place to go, they're going to be parking in front of people's homes. And there's no control when you park in a public street. The only control we have is tagging their car for 72 hours, and they're allowed to park there for 72 hours. Then after 72 hours, they can leave and park again in the same location or maybe further up the street. and the problem starts all over again. So having them in a location where we can monitor and where we can impose a little bit of rules, I think goes a long way to help everybody in the community. I think it's a good thing to have SOS. I think it helps us in law enforcement, where Kathy and I can monitor. She sends me reports. We know the people who are supposed to stay there. And I think it gives us that latitude of a little bit of control. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Council.
Thank you, Chief Rodriguez. Okay.
Yes, Kathy King would like to speak again.
I just have one more statement, and that is that 93%, we do intake on everyone. 93% are from Sonoma and Sonoma Valley. Of the 169 people that declare themselves to be homeless, 37% do not declare. So we know there's more. There's at least 200 people in this community that are homeless. To throw them out of what they're considering is their only place to live, their car, I think is very hard. It's not appropriate. They have no place else to go except their car. Their car is their last bastion of holding on to whatever items they have and whatever safety they feel. So they are the most likely to transition into permanent housing because they do have the showers there, they do have the laundry, they do have the porta potty. So those are the ones that can be helped with our case manager. And we're doing, we have 16 people up at Los Quilicos Village, someone at the fairgrounds in Sonoma, and we're hoping to get some hotel rooms. So people can be helped, but we need to provide them the services where they're at now. And it's not going to go away because we say they can't park in that parking lot. It will get worse. If we don't monitor it, then it's a free-for-all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Madam Mayor, we have C. Landry has their hand raised.
Okay, Steve Landry.
C. Landry.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. I just want to say thank you for taking the time. I'm going to go ahead and read something that I wrote. I'll try to be as slow and precise so you can hear me. Please let me know if you cannot. Good evening, Sonoma City Council members. My name is Katerina Landry, and I am a parent of 2 beautiful children in this Sonoma Valley. As a 4th-generation Sonoman, I am writing to express my opposition to the extension of the overnight parking in our Field of Dreams. Oh, yes?
We can still hear you.
Oh, okay. My apologies. The overnight parking in our Field of Dreams ball fields in Sonoma. I am in complete opposition of this extension. The use of the city's property for homeless services is incompatible with the primary use of the city's land, which was to be used as a sports field originally constructed in 1987. The additional uses came later and are ancillary to the designated use of the land. The police station and emergency shelter were constructed and permitted later, and both uses require a use permit to operate, which indicates the use may have potential impacts on the community that requires discretionary review by the city. As a result, it is the responsibility of the city to ensure that additional uses are compatible with the fields, not the other way around. The Haven does not meet the definition of an emergency shelter per SMC 19.92, or the approved operating characteristics required by the use permit. Sonoma Municipal Code Section 19.50.033, Emergency Shelters, outlines development and operational requirements for emergency shelters. Emergency shelters are defined by the Sonoma Municipal Code as temporary lodging for homeless persons with minimal supportive services that may be limited to occupancy of 6 months or less. The Haven does not meet this definition for many reasons. It is also not under the definition of governmental and public facilities, as it is not a facility operated by a public agency. The use of the property for homeless services is not allowed by the zoning code and is incompatible with the principality permitted uses, which include parks and playgrounds, libraries, cemeteries, child daycare facilities, corporation yards, farmers markets, parks and playgrounds, recreational facilities, schools, public and private, and theaters and auditoriums. For the facility to meet the definition of an emergency shelter, it must have, per SMC, 1, client intake and a waiting area, 2, exterior lighting, 3, proximity to other emergency shelters, permitted amenities and services, a proposed emergency shelter.
Miss Landry, excuse me. I will allow you some more time because you've waited so long, but you have gone over time, but you can continue.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you. I did email this, so I would like to go down to a more personal note, if I may, since all of this information is in my email, which I hope everyone had an opportunity to look at.
And I have read it.
In conclusion, I would just like to say that the city cannot approve the extension of the overnight parking as the use is not allowed by the Sonoma Municipal Code. On a more personal note, these ball fields are no place for overnight parking. The overflow of overnight parking has been seen in other locations as well. Most recently, my family, along with many other families in this community, experienced an incident in the Vets parking lot location when we were attending a candlelight vigil for the president of our Sonoma Softball Association, who passed away from cancer. During that somber event in the evening, while we all gathered in quiet remembrance of Eric Paget, the inappropriate language and noise that was coming from a group of people who had clearly set up camp in the parking lot was, to put it lightly, disgusting. The foul language, the inappropriate music, not to mention the start of the fire for cooking, which the fire department had to ask them to extinguish, are just a few of the many reasons, in addition to the above mentioned, why this extension should not be granted.
Miss Landry, this is the mayor. I have offered you some time to speak, so I appreciate it because I think you had some very good information for us, but I think you'll have to stop now. But thank you so much.
Okay, Mrs. Agrimonti, may I just ask for 10 more seconds to finish this?
Yeah, that would be great. 10 seconds.
10 seconds, great, thank you. The children of this community need you to do what is right for them. There have been multiple aggressive and inappropriate incidences towards parents and children directly involving patrons of the Haven. This is inexcusable, period. Thank you for your time.
Oh, sorry, do we have anyone else? No, okay, all right. Shelter, but I'm not sure. Prior to making it, oh, sorry. COVID closed the shelter, and that's why it's now washing and whatever else they do, and parking. And I think they can take showers and wash their laundry. So that's some of that I understand. And I know that the county, up until now, has never given any money. We had $245,000, but we delayed it so much that we couldn't do anything with with the Haven, to do anything to improve it. And I also know that the city, at one point paid, I think, $3,000 to $6,000 for security, of which now is totally the responsibility, I believe, of SOS at this point, or if there's something else, but available. But I know traditionally the $30,000 was for safe parking, and the contract, I think, would have ended December 1st, was it? I forget the date.
So it's okay. So a couple of things. This one thing to answer Councilmember Barnett's question about has it been reviewed by the council. The city clerk just sent us some information that in February 2020 and November 2020 the council actually discussed the MOU and the program, safe parking program. Currently in this current fiscal year we budget $60,000, $30,000 for their operations, and then $30,000 for. Sorry, I think I have that. Do I have that in the staff report? Oh, and then it's another 30, I think, in essence, for the safe parking program and something else. So it's a total of 60,000.
That's two different things
Right.
then.
It's two different pots of money.
Okay.
30 for regular operations and 30 for the safe parking program.
But that still includes an extension of the safe parking.
Yes, what we did was we actually budgeted for the whole fiscal year, even though the MOU expired, well, today.
Okay.
So that's why if you did extend it, there wouldn't be any additional budget amendments needed.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, I've had a child. He was very young, always very athletic, and played, you know, and I would be as feel the same way that the parents do. But herein lies the question for me, because I've been so involved with this, is that they have made an effort to look at other properties. They've hired a realtor to look, and to no avail. It's not helping. We haven't had help from the county when we've looked at things in the county. You know, we've been overruled by that. They just don't want us in the county. They prefer us here. And one of the things that is so amazing to me is I know everybody who speaks on this issue knows that if we remove people, we can't do it. The Ninth Circuit Court said, if you don't have anything else for them to live, they can stay there. Why do you think there's so many tent cities around that are being cleared constantly? And they're being cleared and hopefully sending people somewhere else, but they only go there temporarily, and they don't offer wraparound services, from what I understand. Something so wonderful has been going on with the Transportation Authority. They've been giving free passes to people who can actually travel throughout travel. We have free bus number 32 up to Boy Springs. From Boy Springs north, they have free passes to come back and forth. Maybe they live at LG, come back here, possibly go to the Grange Hall and get food, or other agencies that provide medical help, vaccinations, testing, all of those things that are so important. And it's interesting that Transportation Authority has probably given over 400 to 500 free passes to people, homeless people who need, or people who just don't have transportation. The other thing that I know, the effort is to give them housing. And so there are currently 10 people who have been placed by SOS. We had to fight for every bed there. Finally, thank goodness, we have Dave Kiff at CDC, who has actually opened this floodgate for us. There are 13 people at LG. I think there are 10 spaces for safe parking, but 14 people live there. Also, I think there's one person who's living in a trailer up at the fairgrounds. And most recently, I hope you can stop me, Mr. Toy, but most recently there are vouchers available. And I don't know, I think that's already been signed and approved. So people will be placed in hotels. And I'm very excited about that, because we have never gotten money from anyone. And now the federal government, because of our efforts, your efforts, and Dave Kiffset's efforts, we actually have a line of communication where we can have people actually be taken care of. And, they're the sad source of our society, which is very sad. And, they're almost indefensible, unfortunately. But, that's just the way it is. I know I have fought for this for many years with the Board of Supervisors, because they never gave us any money. I have asked the Field of Dreams people, will you help us find a place? It's not their job, but I've asked them to do it, because a lot of them are business people or out there in the community that have access to possibly, places for people to live. So this is all I can offer. I really support this. I understand this is very tough. I understand the issue of children. I would never want children to be exposed to things like that, but Chief Orlando has, they've hired their own security, which I think is thousands of dollars. So those are the things that I support. And, I can't think of anything else, because I really agree and believe that if we do not offer these services, take a trip to San Francisco and see what it looks like. Just take a trip down there. Thanks.
Well, they offer a lot of services in San Francisco.
Oh, no. Sorry.
They do.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Do you know these personally?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I do too. And believe me, drive down to 5th and Bryant, drive anywhere in San Francisco. They're intense.
San Francisco offers hundreds of millions of dollars a year in homeless services.
I'm sorry, Kelso. Yeah, that's right. But they're on the streets. They're still on the streets.
You've made my point.
But they're still on the streets. Even
I know.
Regardless of the millions of money that goes to that.
Correct.
They're all in the streets.
Thank you. So what I would like to say is I want to make it very clear, I'm not interested in ending safe parking. I think safe parking is an important program, and I hear all of that. This is, to me, a land use issue, and I fundamentally feel safe parking is an incompatible land use with children's sports fields. And so first I would like to ask the staff to start thinking about potentially other city parking lots we could move safe parking to. For example, I know we have a corporation yard on 8th Street East. I know we have the Sonoma Garden Park.
There's no transportation.
I'm speaking.
But there's no, yes, that's fine. But there's no transportation there. There's none.
They have cars. It's safe parking. They have cars, Madam Mayor. So, in my view, the decision of this council back in February 2020, before I was on it, and before basically everyone at this table here was on it, except for you, Madam Mayor, was when we had 300 people at the Vets building, where the previous council sent a message that we support the Haven, we support SOS, we support safe parking, we have to find another location. And because this is an incompatible use with children's sports fields. And I understand the pandemic has occurred in the interim, and I know that many of the services that SOF offers, which I strongly support, and I think they do an excellent job, have moved up to the Springs Hall. But I do think that for a variety of reasons, we need to work with, and become better partners with the county on this. This is more than a City of Sonoma issue. This is a Sonoma Valley issue, and I completely support expanding and supporting a concerted effort for homeless services in the Valley. I support what Supervisor Gorin is doing on this. I support what Dave Kiff does on this. I think that we, as we've discussed many times, I've been on Zooms with you, Madam Mayor, we need a Sonoma Valley effort plan in partnership with SOS and HAS. And I think that we need to come together, all of us, and figure this out. And so I do support safe parking. I do not support safe parking at this parking lot. It is an incompatible use, and we've known that for 2 years. And for a variety of reasons, in my view, this isn't SOS's fault. I think it's the city's fault. We need to step up and find another location for this parking. And so whether it is at the Corporation Yard or the Garden Park, or I understand SOS is doing it, maybe we need to step up and find another location in the city with a church, with a commercial building. I mean, we need to do a better job at this. And I think this needs to be a very high priority. I have no interest in ending safe parking. I have no interest in pulling the rug out from ending one. But I don't know what it's going to take for this city to realize that this cannot continue. The stories I've heard that has happened in that parking lot is absolutely unbelievable. We've seen them in emails today. I hear them every week. And I just happen to be the age where most of my friends have children that play on those sports fields, and they have had to witness things, and that's unfortunate. I mean, it's no one's, I mean, it's just, it can't be there. And I think this council needs to recognize that. And I think we're doing a disservice to SOS, and I think we're doing a disservice to ourselves if we can't say that. And so I am asking this council what we can do to figure out how to both support safe parking and find another location, because this is a land use issue. Councilmember Felder and I used to be on the Planning Commission, and all the time we would talk about incompatible uses. That reminds me, the Haven has a use permit. Mr. City Manager, have you read their use permit? Because they are in violation of their use permit. We know that. The city has known that for over 2 years. Yet we allow daytime uses to continue there. And so it is, in my view, incumbent upon the city, and this is not SOS's fault. I think SOS is a fantastic organization. It is incumbent upon us to help them figure this out and find another location in the city or proximate to the city, on city land. We have to figure this out. But in my view, this cannot continue. So what I would like to recommend to this council is to extend the safe parking program until February 1st or March 1st, until the sports leagues start again, and really figure this out and find another location so that can continue at another location in the city on, let's say, March 1st. And I think that's more than reasonable and fair, and I think that's a win-win for the clients of SOS and safe parking and for the kids of our valley that uses those sports fields. And I don't know how anyone could argue against that, quite frankly.
Well, I will.
Yeah, you will.
So the extension goes to when? I think that
The requested extension is to June 1st. I think Council
He's saying
Barnett
March.
saying either February 1st or March 1st.
Okay.
Well, Council needs to continue its discussion. But I will say as staff, we believe the program is a very worthwhile program, same as everyone else does, and it needs to be somewhere. We will say it is also an incompatible use that happens to be by the Field of Dreams. I don't know if that's really a question for anyone. Difficulty is finding a location. But I think as staff, we could work with SOS and really take a look at some places that perhaps weren't really, a concept that anyone's really explored, like the courtyard or the ecology center or some other location. So I think we can do that as staff. I think we could look around. I think we can maybe come back. If you said March 1st, or even if you said April 1st, we could probably come back, if you give us some time, come back to the council in February with what we've discovered and maybe some suggestions. I mean, maybe a suggestion is you rent property. I'm not saying that's a good idea, but that could be an option. Or we figure out something that could work.
Well, what about the programs that are available? Do they, because I know now safe parking's turned into the buzzword in the county. So how are they getting money to fund those?
Oh, for the county?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I would have to speak to the county. I mean, my first question to the county would be, do they have any property we could put this on? Just to move it away from the Field of Dreams. I get that. But then there's also where would it go? So I think we could explore that. I don't know why we couldn't.
Sebastopol didn't have safe parking until just recently. So we should be proud of ourselves that we had this program before Sebastopol. And they have, from what I understand, moved their safe parking program for the very same reasons to a different location on a private piece of property that the city is stepping up to help pay for in partnership with an organization. It's not SOS there clearly, but it's a similar organization to SOS. And there are models in our county that, other cities have gone through exactly what we're going through, and there are models and templates to follow. And I would encourage us to figure this out, because in my view, there could be an easy win-win here to continue this program, which I think is an important program, but to also, in my view, respect the integrity of incompatible uses. It just doesn't work there. And I think that we have to sort of, for lack of a term, light a fire under somebody here to figure this out. Because in my view, everyone just says, well, we've tried. I know they're trying. I'm not questioning that. But we just keep kicking it down. And I guarantee you in June, they're going to say, well, we haven't found anything. And so can we do it till December? And then in December, it's going to be until June 2023. And it's just going to continue. And so how do we stop that cycle? I'm asking you, Madam Mayor, how do we break that cycle?
Well, I think you help the Field of Dreams people can help, everybody can help look for property.
Well, let's do it. Let's make a community effort to find a great place for safe parking.
I admire that, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know if,
Actually, close public comment. Although I guess you can make an argument SOS has a comment.
okay, would you like to come forward? SOS is trying to comment, thank you. Thanks, Garrett.
Sure. Hi, everybody, again. Thanks for your commentaries and ideas. I just want to make clear that there are certain requirements that are part of safe parking that we need to consider, and I'm not sure how SOS can present those to the city so that they're a part of this search, if that makes any sense.
I think the easiest thing is you would just work with staff and we would understand the guidelines and then figure out if any of the properties we're looking at meet the criteria.
Perfect. Thank you.
I would just like to point out that everyone needs to be involved means no one's in charge. We need somebody to be in charge besides SOS for this effort because we have been trying. We've been trying for years. We're still trying, but we get no help from either the city or the county on a safe parking. We're not going to find any place without your help.
Well, we need to help you, and we need to change that.
Thank you, thank you.
Are we into
Yes.
council discussion?
Yeah, yes.
Well, I'm the first to admit that this is a serious problem, and we should do everything we can to support the Haven and to support safe parking. But I feel that we're being held hostage by the fact that we've got this situation in a parking lot which is not a good situation with incompatible use, and we're being held hostage to say, well, we can't find any other place, so they got to stay there because otherwise they're just going to spread all over the city, and we're going to have a bad deal for the whole city. I agree with Council Member Barnett that this has gone on too long, and when it goes for years and it doesn't get resolved, we've got to step in and do something in a more expedient fashion to get it solved. So by merely extending this MOU to June 1st, it just kicks it down the road. Unless we put an urgency on the thing with a tighter deadline and get the right people involved to find a place, it's not going to get done. And so I would be in support of shortening the extension to something like February or March 1st, and then getting on with the solution to the problem.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Barnett. I appreciate, I'm actually listening to what you're saying. Thank you, I appreciate it. But what am I trying? I just forgot my thought being nice to you, Kel, so I'm sorry. You know what, I agree that this, all of a sudden it dawned on me, it's not that you don't care for the program, it's that they need the help. They need our help to move it do something with them. And I don't even know what that might mean. There's a lot, there's space on 2nd Street East, right behind that old building, the Pinelli building. There's an empty lot there. I'm not suggesting that, but I'm just saying there's there may be spaces, but we do not. I know they've searched, but I admire you for sticking to your guns. I appreciate it. It's so frustrating though for me. It's continuous, and but I will congratulate CDC and COC, Dave Kiff, who's there, Don Schwartz. They're actually, and thank you, Garrett, you're part of this. They're actually looking for solutions, and some of the money is opening up for us here in the Valley, not just Sonoma, for the Valley. So I think that's really important. You know what, it's up to the council to offer their, whatever they would like to say. Bob, you've made your comment. And Jack, do you have something you'd like to add?
Yeah. Generally speaking, yeah, we need to support SOS. I'm a board member for SOS for 3 years. Take care of the financials. I'm the treasurer. Every time when we had a board meeting, everybody is worried. Where's the money? How to take care of clients, food, places. We look at the financials. 90% of our income comes from communities, owners, foundations. So that it really, really represents all our community. For these 95% homeless people originally come from Sonoma Valley. They were maybe your former classmates or the neighbors. We really, really need to help them. As to the technically how we can help, first of all, the money, that is the most important issue. And we just city spend $60,000. That is the biggest jump from the previous years. And compared to them, I calculated just only 5% each single residents made the contributions. That's compared with the other cities. We cannot mention cities just like the San Francisco. They spend $600 million right now. Increased, doubled this number year by year. We have the difficulties. They need help. SOS need help. The city need help. Last month, we have the county town hall meeting. Everybody showing the compassion, and then we want to do that. And we want to help and solve this issue. But I feel like it's just an empty talk. Really, really, everybody wants to help, but they really don't know how to help. So that is a very, very difficult things. Each time, for example, for the location. Each single days for the SOS, the board members and the staffs and donors, they are trying to find. For me, my personal, I visited 3 places, try to find the places. But it's very difficult. It's very difficult. So we definitely, as a city, we definitely need to provide support. Not only for the nonprofit organization. We see in the future, our budget, we can classify it, put it on a different priority issue, because homeless is really, really an issue. If they are not safe, they have the risk, our whole community not safe. So that is the issue we needed to. This is the city, I didn't give the SOS enough support. Right now, SOS looks like, city's agent. Actually not. That is the nonprofit organization, charity organization. They took a big role for the city. So that we should appreciate it. And we cannot see, they missed the deadline. They missed they missed the documents. And then not allow them to do this because, some of the documents, regulations, maybe it's out of the dated. We needed to find a very lawful, solid ground to help the SOS. And because last year we have a court case, city government cannot easily move them out from any city buildings unless you can find a place for them in the shelter. So we also appreciated, the police enforcement chief, they help us and do a lot of the work. Thank you.
When we got together, we talked, North County has a plan. And we talked about the South County plan. So we just discussed it. I don't know it's plagiarizing because, B.J. Bischoff is the one that put it together. But I know that, and I hope I'm not telling the truth here, but SOS is a very tight partner with COTS, and it had to end when it came to a lower barrier, and then also the COVID. And that's what affected them. But they have been partnering for years. We used to get beds with them. And now they have the tiny houses. So I think that those things are really important as well. That we need a South County plan. And I just don't want to plagiarize someone. But, we have that template that we can work with. And I think that might help us move into the direction that you're suggesting. And so, as you could see, Kelso, you and I were not on the same page. I've seen the light. I feel like I really appreciate what you're saying. So, I rarely do this, Kelso. So, I really appreciate it. So, Sandra, I don't think you've had a chance to weigh in.
I haven't weighed in. I was compelled by the testimony of our the sheriff and in terms of the impact, and so I'm inclined to support it as written, but I also am quite moved by the arguments that have taken place here, and I think that it's very compelling that we have to continue to assist to find better and more suitable places. And so I do support that. I think we should have it at every meeting, a progress report, regardless on how we fall tonight on this particular measure, whether it's 6 months or 3 months or however the council goes. I think the only way to get accountability for action is to have it consistent and to give a report back, and I think that will be helpful to us. I'd like to include in that report the efforts that are being made by the other, and I'm going to mess up the acronym, Annie Philanda's organization, and the update on their property that they've purchased and what's going on there. I'd like to hear from them so that we can look at the issue in totality. But I will say I'm moved by the staff on this issue in terms of the failure to not extend this would exacerbate the current situation. So that's where I landed, and I'll support, of course, what's going forward, but I think it's very compelling that we have to continue to do something, and we can't just do it every 6 months. We have to constantly be on it.
So, and to dovetail on that, the North County, they have a person who is paid by TOT, or TID, I'm sorry, Sotomayor. I think Stephen Sotomayor, and he's hired to work for, I think it's Cotati, Cloverdale, Healdsburg. I think he does staff for all of them, and this is what he does. So the money comes from either, as I said, TOT or TID, and that may be part of what we can do, someone who can coordinate that within a South County report. That's all I can offer, and I think it's, and Garrett, I don't know if you still have a copy of it, but if you do not, I can give it to Rita and she can send it to all the council members. I don't know if you've seen it. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you could all take a look at the North County report, and maybe we can mirror what they've done It's comprehensive. It talks about how many people are homeless, what are the services. Other cities do not give these services, and it's solely through contributions. Other cities only are navigation centers. Other cities are other things, but they are comprehensive. And so maybe that's something that can be discussed. But I appreciate Councilmember Barnett for enlightening me. I just think it's,
I'm here to serve, yes.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
but I have different views just because I know what they've been doing and how hard they work. But
So I disagree. I think we have similar views. I think we both support SOS and their mission and safe parking. I just, in my view, think that there are issues in that parking lot as a result of the fields, and so I just want to find a better place for it. That's
so
all.
it's time to fish or cut bait.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And no one is pulling a rug out from anybody. And so what I would suggest, if we pass a resolution, can we also offer direction to staff via the emails?
Yeah, you can
on
offer
agenda?
direction to staff, although clearly I've gotten your direction if that's your majority wish. So.
Because I personally would support, as I've said, doing this until March 1st, and with the direction like a sort of whole of city, to the extent possible, in collaboration with SOS. I do think we need to take the lead on this, and we need to find another site. So we need to investigate city properties, we need to investigate church properties, we need to investigate other properties, and hopefully by March 1st we will be able to have a seamless transition. Now, no one, again, wants to pull the rug out from anybody, but I don't know how else to make this happen, because if we do June 1st, then you guys are going to get started on it in, with all due respect, in April, and then, it's going to be June 1st, and we're going to, and so I don't know how else to do that.
Well, I'd like to share the olive branch with you and let you know the winter shelter ends March 31st. Could you extend that to March 31st?
Before I say yes, what is the relevance of the winter? Like, do safe parking people go to is there a, and I'm just my own ignorance, is there like a combination between the two?
I can't answer that. I think.
Okay.
So you can come to the dais.
Sure. Hi again. So the idea with the winter shelter is that people have a place to sleep if they don't have a car. So if we took people out of the safe parking, then they might need to use the winter shelter, and there's a limited space in that shelter. So it would be the people. Does that make sense? If there's 10 cars in the safe parking,
Here, yeah.
there's 10 spaces in the winter shelter.
Which is where?
The winter shelter.
Yeah.
It's going to be a local hotel here.
Oh, okay. All right.
So then if we took people out of the safe parking, then we would have an overflow of people into the winter shelter. So it would make sense for us to do the safe parking until the end of March 31st so that there's not over capacity, if that makes sense.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
So April 1st.
Yes.
But, a double emphasis on we have to figure something out by April 1st.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay.
So, just
May I speak?
Yes.
I would like to reinforce what Councilwoman Lowe said, though, that we have to stay on top of this.
Yes.
We have to have a report back every meeting to see how we're doing and to find out why we can't get it done by some deadline. We can always extend the agreement again, whether it be March 1st or April 1st.
I agree.
But if we don't have an urgent deadline, we're not going to act on it. They're still passing olive branches back and forth, but
yeah.
but I guess the
love
further
fest
direction
too,
I'm
right?
asking for from
This is
staff
why you've sat on the end.
I'm moving over to the
is
audience.
that
will not take it
we have
personally.
this on the agenda with the progress report every
Right.
meeting.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Okay. Yeah.
So what are we supposed
Madam
Yeah.
Mayor, can I offer a suggestion to the council regarding the last comment? So, I think the time frame's a little tough with the holidays report every meeting. It does place a burden on us. However, if you go to if you set your deadline at April 1st, I think for staff it's realistic for us to come back to your first meeting in February with everything that we found out, as well as the possibility of some different options. That would just save us time. You only have one meeting in January, so really, and it's too hard to put something together for your next meeting in December. So realistically, you're not missing anything at that first meeting in February. So I think as staff, we can commit to coming back to you in February with our best effort as to that point in time of identifying locations, our efforts of working with SOS, the county, and trying to find a location. So I guess I'm putting out.
Starting the first meeting in February, and then after.
Yes.
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 I'm fine with that.
Okay. Thank you.
So that means we're.
Well, no, other than
You have to-
adopt, making a motion.
You have to make a motion and make a vote. I'm.
Oh, all right, who's willing to make that motion?
All right. I'll make a motion that we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to extend the memorandum of understanding with Sonoma Overnight Support for the implementation and operation of a safe parking program from December 1st, 2021 to April 1st, 2022.
I'd like to second that motion.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Barnett.
Aye.
Councilmember Felder.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowe.
No.
Vice Mayor Dean.
Nope.
Mayor Agrimonti.
No.
What happened to the olive branch?
My
You
suggestion.
just shook my hand.
Wow. What happened?
Motion. Oh, no.
We
Motion
So-
fails 2-0-3.
Now,
we,
this,
we should have provided a complete motion. You just finished one. And also, we need a follow-up. And then in each city council meeting, we need to find a way. We need a resolution.
yeah,
We don't need time. We need a resolution.
So for council, okay, so you made a motion, the motion failed. You can make another motion, or you could just move on to the next item. But if you do, that would mean the safe parking program ceased to exist.
If you could also make a motion that included Councilmember Barnett's motion, but includes the direction to staff that has been discussed.
Oh, I assumed
If
that
that's-
was.
If that's
Or,
what we should.
well, then I assumed that was all.
Yeah, I think as
discussed.
staff,
Yeah.
you can either make a motion with that, but as staff, we have an understanding. We're on the record saying we'll come back to your first meeting in February with our progress report on where we're at, possible suggestions and solutions, and then we'll report back every meeting after that. I think that's fine direction. I think what we need really is, if the council would like, is a motion regarding the extension of the MOU. Or it failed to pass based on that motion, but you can make another motion, or you can consider the item completed and move on to the next item.
And regardless.
Can I
staff has
ask
direction
if we
as
could,
moving forward.
excuse, through the mayor?
Yeah.
Can I ask for a reconsideration?
You can, well,
Because you
I'd like to move
because you just
reconsideration.
said,
I was on the prevailing side. The
Yeah.
prevailing side
Okay.
was no. I'll move reconsideration.
because you just said all we needed to do was to make the motion to extend it to the 1st of April. We didn't have to get all the staff direction in there. And I think there was some misunderstanding up here about that problem.
oh, okay, I'm sorry, I
So
didn't
if-
realize
if
that.
we reconsider and take another vote with the motion as it stands now,
Yeah, so if Councilmember Lowe wants to make the motion to reconsider,
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider. I was on the prevailing side.
And you need a second, and then you need to vote.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Barnett.
Aye.
Councilmember Felder.
aye.
Councilmember Lowe.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dean.
Aye.
Mayor Agrimonti. Motion carries unanimously.
Now we still need the
Now
motion.
you can, make the-
We need the motion.
the
now.
motion again.
You want to make the motion
We need a
again?
motion.
Okay.
You said it very well last time.
Government.
Do I need to add anything to that motion?
No, direction to staff, staff has that direction, only unless the council specifically wants to make a motion on the direction. But staff, we have the direction.
All right. So I once again make a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to extend the memorandum of understanding with Sonoma Overnight Support for the implementation and operation of a safe parking program from December 1st, 2021, today, to April 1st, 2022.
And I again second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Barnett.
Aye.
Councilmember Felder.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowe.
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Dean.
Aye.
Mayor Agrimonti.
Aye.
Motion carries 401.
So in the future, it may be wise to request clarification on a motion if you're not entirely sure what's before the council, and we can avoid that issue in the future.
And I apologize. I thought it was clear I already had my direction. I should have made that more clear for you.
It's late. It's late, so I think,
it's
what are
good.
we doing? What?
6.2.
6.2, okay. Announce the item, turn over to the city manager. What? No, wait a minute, I've got my other instructions. Okay, you can announce the item.
Yeah.
I have two things.
So the item is 6.2, the selection of the mayor and vice mayor.
Right,
But I believe perhaps we could start with, I believe the vice mayor perhaps would like to make a presentation before I do the staff report.
does that include cash and a trip?
Yeah, a new car.
Address. City of the Sonoma Distinguished Service Award. Madeline Agrimonti, Mayor. For your service to the City of the Sonoma, June to December 2021. Presented on behalf of your fellow council member, city staff, and the citizens of the City of Sonoma. In grateful recognition of your selfless, dedicated leadership and service to the community. Seal, the City of the Sonoma.
Thank you. Yay, thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you. That's very nice. It'll go in my gallery. Thank you so much. You know, it's interesting. I think this was so fantastic, this discussion that we had. And, it makes me appreciate how committed we are with how we feel and how we share. It's so wonderful. Bob, Jack, the councilwoman,
The new girl. Yeah,
she,
I've got a TV show called that.
yeah, exactly.
and Kelso, each one of you brings something to this council. And so it doesn't mean we have to agree, and tonight was a perfect example of it. But I think we came to some type of a conclusion that was good for both of us. I think Councilwoman referred to it as a love fest. It was just wonderful. This stuff doesn't happen very often, but the only thing I want to leave whoever is here, whatever we're going to do, this is not a place where you do big things. I'm sorry. I'm not kidding you. We are waiting years and years and years to do things, and we can't keep it. We can't do that. We just can't. So I'm begging the rest of this council, people of Sonoma, force us to do big things. The cemeteries, that's big.
It's a big one, yeah.
That's very big. A lot of things here we have delayed. I don't even know why. But I'm pleading to all of you out there and my council. I'm very, very, I don't know. I did big things in the city I came from, and I'm just not. Everything I ever did, a stop sign on 2nd Street, I was told, I won't say by who, but someone in the police force, not before Mr. Chief Rodriguez, nobody stops at stop signs anyway. Those are the things that we deal with here. So I'm pleading to this council. Thank you for setting deadlines. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Bob, for reiterating that. Those are things that are important. And I'm just really, happy to move forward, and I'm happy to do this. Now, since I'm just a plain council member now,
Not yet.
I'm
I need to do the staff report, and then you need to take nominations.
Other the city council member say something to.
oh, even my love fest. Go ahead, Calso.
Well, I would like to thank you very much, Mayor Agrimonti, for your service. Obviously, just about over a year ago, you were the only person sitting on this dais, and this has been a very interesting year in Sonoma City Council history, and you've sort of helped guide the ship when our beloved and much missed Mayor Logan Harvey moved to Seattle, and you've done a very important job, and there have been a lot of important issues before us over the last 6 months, and I've learned. I've really enjoyed sitting next to you. You always, I think you said it all, like with our last discussion. I mean, we don't necessarily always have to agree, and sometimes we do, sometimes we don't, but we respect each other, and it's fun, and ultimately we're just doing what we think is best for the citizens of Sonoma, and I appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else? Oh, Jack, you've already spoken.
Well, Madam Mayor, it's always been a pleasure to work with you, to meet you on the street those first few days when we have these informal discussions, and it's been a joy to have the last few months with you sitting on this council.
Thank you, Bob. I know we met,
years
15,
ago.
14 years ago, walking. We were walkers.
But anyway, it's been a pleasure to serve with
Street
you,
walkers.
and we hope that we have many more meetings together.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Sandra?
Sure, it's been a pleasure. Obviously, it's been a short tenure here, but if there's anyone who, doubts your love for Sonoma, they haven't paid attention.
Thank you.
Because it comes through loud and clear that, your heart is absolutely in the right place, and I think that people should feel warm and wonderful about that, and I wish you all continued success in everything you do.
This is, I'm a very busy person, so this isn't going to take.
Very creative also. I still remember last year, at the early, pandemic time, you and your woman club selling You Can't Quarantine Love. Raise all our community up. And also, what are you raising the money? What for? For the SOS, hungry people, homeless people. So that's the part of the reason why I so respect you, and you have the wonderful heart, and also very skillful, very creative.
Thank you. Okay, so right now I'm going to be asking for nominations for mayor, and since I'm out of the loop, I'd like to make that nomination.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
just a couple of things. One is we forgot about the 9 o'clock rule. So we just need a motion from the council that says you'll continue on with the agenda beyond 9 p.m.
Oh, okay.
I make that motion.
Second. Roll call.
Councilmember Barnett.
Aye.
Councilmember Felder. Aye. Councilmember Lowe.
I want to say no. I was promised 9 o'clock now. Yes. Aye.
Vice Mayor Ding.
Yes?
Mayor Agrimonti.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you so much. Oh, God, help me. And I'd like to ask for the privilege of being able to nominate Jack Ding for mayor. And I think that is in the way of a motion.
I would like to second that nomination. I think Jack has been an excellent vice mayor. I think he has inspired a lot of Sonomans. He is exactly who Sonoma elected. He comes prepared. He does his homework. And you, as Councilwoman Lowe said about our mayor, you can't doubt his love for Sonoma. And so I second that nomination.
Oh, not me.
You may want to take public comment before you actually
all right.
vote on the motion.
Take it out to the public. See, thank you.
I just want to say that Jack Ding has been an important part of our community and various different respects, and we so appreciate him as public citizens of Sonoma. He shows his love for Sonoma on his sleeve everywhere he goes, including his membership here on the council. So we greatly appreciate him and approve your nomination.
Thank you, Francisco.
Hi, I came down this evening because I wanted to honor Jack Ding as mayor of Sonoma, and I didn't know that tonight would be the night. Just like always, when the agenda item I want is always last on the agenda, and everybody has got like everything in the world to say about everything beforehand, but stuck it out because I wanted to be here and honor you, Jack. So congratulations.
I too came to support Jack today, and good luck to you.
Councilmember Barnett.
Aye.
Councilmember Felder.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowe.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dean.
Aye.
Mayor Agrimonti.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
So now, Madam Mayor, you could either switch seats, or now the new mayor would go ahead and do the nominations for vice mayor. Well,
We can do
well,
it next time.
you could do it next time. I mean, the reality is there's
Not
really
the
no more
Paris Peace table.
items.
Oh, you got, oh, I forgot.
Photo op. Okay, photo op. Oh, photo op. Sorry.
Nominate vice mayor for our new year 2022. I nominate Councilor Barnett as the new vice mayor.
Second.
Can that be a fourth?
Public comment? None? Yeah, I want to take it back. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Barnett.
Aye.
Councilmember Felder.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowe.
Aye.
Councilmember Agrimonti.
Aye.
Mayor Ding.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Yay.
Congratulations. We will work together for homeless issue.
Yes, we will.
Yeah.
Yes, we will.
That's, oh, wait a minute, we have to do one thing,
One thing.
a couple
Oh.
of things, reports.
Oh, I want to say some of the simple words. Is okay? Maybe a couple of minutes. Yeah, I just,
We're not done yet.
yeah,
I want to show you, we still have
sure.
council member report. So what, do you want to go first before that and the city manager's report?
I think let me speak a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
Because that is the
Start your
historic.
timer.
Yeah, that is the. It's a long journey for me, and also, Madeline just gave me this. It's kind of light, but for me, it's so heavy. I even cannot move because I'm different. Different background. Everybody different. I'm a little bit excited, and I'm honored to be your mayor, the city of the Sonoma. As a proud Sonoman, I want you to know, I know who I am, where I came from. Today we gather together to make another piece of the history. This town is great historic town. We have great founders to shape the city, General Mariano Vallejo. And also we know the city was built over the 180 years ago. But what many people don't know is that during the early developmental time, 25% of Sonoma's population were Chinese laborers. They were forgotten. They were not highlighted in our history because of the racism and the Chinese Exclusion Act. But they lived here, worked here, and died here. Sadly, we cannot find any graves simply because they were not white and Christian. Very few had an English name. You will see the same name on the census listed for all the Chinese immigrants. It says John Chinaman, John Chinaman, John Chinaman. Today, Sonoma is a great city with the inclusiveness and the love is making another history. I'm the first immigrant and also the first Chinese American serving the city of the Sonoma. I fully understand both challenges and contributions for all our communities. And also, it's kind of a blast for us to live in the Sonoma. I always think someday when we pass it on to our young generation, we want to make sure Sonoma will be stronger, more vibrant, and still beautiful. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, a little bit longer. Yeah, that is from my heart. Yeah, it was. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'll extend the time anytime for speech like that.
So we have to do council members' report.
Yeah, council members report.
Council members. And also the dedication. I dedicated the evening to Sidney Hoover, who passed away on October 22nd.
Microphone.
I dedicated this evening to Sidney Hoover. Thank God for him. He helped get a stop sign at 2nd Street East. 2 years. And he was told by a former somebody that nobody stops at stop signs anyway. So, but it was accomplished. So he really was a big part of getting that stop sign on 2nd Street East and Patton. And
Mr. Mayor, is this a time for committee reports?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm a little bit. I'm trying to follow the agenda here.
Mm-hmm.
Am I in the right spot?
Still have one thing to say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'm sorry.
So I went to a press conference yesterday for Congressman Thompson, and he talked about the bipartisan infrastructure package. And I just wanted to mention one thing. California is estimated to receive $25.3 billion for federal aid, highway, apportioned programs, and $4.2 billion for bridge replacement and repairs over 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, my heartfelt congratulations. Your speech. On the committee reports, a committee that's not on there, but that Councilmember Barnett brought up previously was the Youth Commission. And I have since met with Lily Gelb, who came forward to speak, and she's asked that, that we continue to work on this and then bring back to the council some actual sort of parameters so that we have something, so you know, like how many people are going to be on it, what are the issues that we're going to face. And so I'd like to, and I know she's written an email to all of us, and with everybody's tacit approval, I'd like to continue to work with Lily and put something together to bring back, and I'll loop in the city manager, whoever else needs to be on that, if that's agreeable.
I think that's a great idea, especially considering Councilwoman Lowe's past experience on our local school board. And I would also let her know, there's going to be a Zoom next week with Supervisor Gorin about this very issue, and I would encourage Councilwoman Lowe and perhaps even Lily to be involved in that as well.
And if do you have the details for that Zoom?
The city manager does.
Sorry, I was meaning to send it to you or talk to you about that.
You
but
were.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
beautiful. Okay, yes, thank you very much. Yes.
Could I just add, Wendy Swanson from the high school actually wanted to talk about the YES program. I think that was instead of the youth commission, so I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I think it's a different thing, but
It is.
we'll find
but
out.
Yeah, but just because she has contacted us.
Yeah. If any, yeah.
Quick one, just a quick update on the ad hoc committee for zoning code changes. We have been meeting on Mondays, and we have put together a draft ordinance for SB 9, both for two unit development and for split lots. It's going to the Planning Commission for another study session. They've already had one, but for the study session, a special meeting this Thursday, which is tomorrow. And it will come back after one quick change to them to make a recommendation to the city council. We expect to see that ordinance here on the 15th of December. We're trying to get beat the deadline of January 1st to get that on the books. So it'll be an urgency ordinance.
That was a great update. I would like to offer an update on the SVCAC, but the last meeting for that was during the same time as our last city council meeting, but it was all about SDC, which we discussed tonight. So I feel like the public has been sufficiently updated on that.
That's it? Are you done?
City manager, you have anything?
Oh, nothing to report other than the item there, future agenda items.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
I would like to ask is it possible to meet earlier in January? I realize that with the staff being on vacation during the Christmas holiday, it's tough, but with all of the things we got going on, I would hope that maybe we could squeeze something in that first week of January as opposed to just meeting on the third week. I know it's been traditional to skip that first one.
So
Can we have a special meeting and get something whipped up in a hurry?
So I would say it's really difficult to try to get agenda and all the staff information available by January 5th when we come back January 3rd without me making staff work over furlough. If the council really wanted to meet sooner, we could have a special meeting on January 12th, but that can possibly create conflicts with the CSEC if you wanted to have a joint meeting with the CSEC.
Well, if we're going to do that, if it's impossible, it's impossible.
Yeah, I would say it's practically impossible.
Okay. But we are aiming for a joint meeting on the 12th then?
Yeah, with the CSEC, I believe all the council members indicated you could attend that meeting.
Okay.
And so we're planning to do your joint meeting with the CSEC on January 12th, and then you'll have your regular council meeting on the 19th.
Okay, thank you.
How about the city attorney? Dave?
No report.
Anything else? Otherwise, the meeting adjourned.
We will read into closed session.
No,
Yeah.
yes. What you would do now, Mr. Mayor, is you would just see if there's any public comment on this closed session item. And if there isn't any, then you would just move into closed session.
Comments? Otherwise, we'll go to close the section. We'll be back.
And the love Manifest continues.